right. Are we here? I'm going to turn the light on. It's actually quite dark. Hey, everybody. Thanks for stopping by. We've got all the stars out tonight. I can see in the chat already. What a crew. I hope you're ready for the first ever Long Longson stream, where I attempt to play 3 games in one sitting and see if I can manage that. It's going to be hard. I'm old and have a short attention span, but we're gonna do our best. We're gonna see how it goes. I'm gonna try turn on this light real quick. There we go, that's better. Thank you. I believe I can do it. If there's ever 3 games to beat in one go, it's 3 very, very fun games that are all quite short and very pleasant. So I'm looking forward to it. But let's see who we got. Brian B, thank you so much for stopping by. Steady Sphere, my man. Just watched your 999 review. Love a bit of Spike Chunsoft. Great to see. Blue Bidia, the man, the myth, the legend. Thanks for stopping by. Gambit, great to see you. Zephyrmo, great to see you. All the stars are here tonight. We're gonna have a good time. So anyway, we're gonna kick things off with a jumping flash if the title of the video and or thumbnail didn't give it away. But it's gonna be fun. Gambit, I've only seen about 10 or so minutes of jumping flash way back when it came out. Well then you are in for a treat. For those who've played Jumping Flash, you already know how good a game this is, and if you played Jumping Flash 2, you'll know that it's basically the same game again, which is more of a good thing. So you're gonna have a good time. But yeah, I was figuring, like, if we're gonna play a collection of games, if we're gonna play through just a couple of games on stream, like, these are just fun, not too difficult. Well, Ghost in the Shell might be a bit difficult. I don't know if I remember how to play it exactly. But I know Jumping Flash 1 or 2 are very pleasant, so we'll see how it goes. Alt F4 games. This seems to be a lineup made just for me. Tell me about it. Tell me about it. I'm here to cater. I'm here to cater to the connoisseurs today. Chris Smout, afternoon, Sean. Been binging your obscure PS1 series. Great to see Jumping Flash being shown. Yes, absolutely. It's partially because I want to find more reasons to squeeze Jumping Flash into any videos I can make. Obviously, when I did Robert Monju in the Japan only series, I did a bit of a Jumping Flash tangent in there, but you know, any reason to squeeze it in, way to do it. Robert Lawrence, Sean, your videos from hi Sean, love your videos. From which clip was from which game was the clip with the blood in the intro? Or was that in the video that we I had running beforehand? I'm not quite sure. I don't know if I was looking at it. so I'm not too sure. I'll go back and see if I can figure it out. We'll probably be able to figure it out later. But anyway, let's kick into things. Let's see if we have everything ready to go. There you go. That looks like a symbol about to get going. And as always, if the music or the volume of the game is a bit low or a bit high, just let me know and I'll mess about with it. I'm not great at figuring out that stuff on the fly, because it all sounds fine to me, you know, but then again, I'm not listening to me speak, which would be, ooh, that'd be rough. But we'll do our best. We'll see how it goes. So I haven't played this game. I think the last time I played through this was about a year or 2 ago. You know, I think Jumping Flash is a great game to just pick up and play casually. If you need something to kill about an hour and a half, 2 hours with, nothing better.
Baron Aloha, a black shadow threatening the safety of peaceful worlds. An evil scientist who frightens children and is bent on
We'll let the story go. It's very important.
A robot has seized the peaceful world and carried it off. Aloha's evil plan is to turn it into a huge private retreat for himself.
Actual great villain idea. Just take all the good parts of every planet and make your own super planet. Now, just to clarify, we're playing the North American version, which I'm not sure. I think the North American version is missing a few of the actual mid-game cutscenes. But, you know, it's all the same. It's all the same. Let's have a little look. Before we kick things off, I will do my best to read as many of the comments as we got. Man with a Pork Boys, Jumping Flash was excellent. I agree. I think it's fantastic. Nicholas Stoll, Jumping Flash deserves a theme song. Jumping Flash deserves the world. Movie on. Yeah, sure. We'll see how it goes. I think we're fine. I think we're fine with the defaults. And on we go. Nice linear game. Stage 1, Stage 2, Stage 3, World 1, World 2, World 3. Just a simple setup. We're going to get into the vibe immediately.
Ready to go?
Alright, so for those who haven't seen Jumping Flash before, I guess the easiest way to explain it is, what if you took a first-person shooter and a 3D platformer and combine it into one funny little game? Although it's more of a platformer than a shooter. Now, before I get too much into this, let me see if I remember how to move my camera about. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. You hold down R1 and you can look about. Alright, so controls are pretty simple. You got a standard shot, which is infinite, does a lot of damage. But most importantly of all, your jump, which is key. You can do a triple jump. And after you execute the second jump, you look downwards and can see your shadow. And that essentially means platforming in this game is an absolute breeze. No matter where you are, like, you can do these big long jumps. And you got so much time to just edit and maneuver yourself in the air. And you can even shoot down on things below you. Super fun. So that's the core of the game. It's not going to change a whole lot from here, really. But you'll see the little gimmicks they throw in to make it fun. But the actual goal of every level, and this is the important thing, you can obviously go around the level, shoot enemies, collect points, all that jazz, which is important to some people. But all you really need to do in a level of this game is just collect these things called jet pods, which are shown on your map, and then make it to the exit. And as you see, you may sometimes need to use environmental objects to do so. Super fun. Super fun. And this is like a very early PlayStation game as well. 95. I'm not exactly sure when it came out in Japan, but it was a launch title for most places. Tokyo, this on PS5? I believe it is on PS5. I think if there's any sort of PlayStation console that has access to PS1 classics of any sort, Jumping Flash is pretty much the first game they always pop onto it, and for good reason. Anyway, stage 2. Alright, let's crack up with a few more of these messages. Can turn the game audio up a bit? Sure thing. Alright, let me know if that's too loud. Because I think it is important to get the music in there. I don't want to be drowning this shit out, you know? Now, we haven't got any special items yet because my Neanderthal brain is more focused on collecting these jet pods than actually fighting things. But there will be levels where we have to fight stuff. And for those who know, here's a special weapon, Cherry Bomb. See if I can get an opportunity to use it on something. Yeah, there's a couple of special weapons. I think there's like 3 or 4 special weapons in this game. There's one special weapon that is completely OP in comparison to the rest of them. I'll let you know what that is. You'll probably be able to tell when you see it. Alright, let's try it on this guy. Yeah, this is your standard bomb. There is a time limit, by the way. As you can see, I think 10 minutes or so. It's very rare you'll need to worry about the time limit, but you can get pickups to help extend it if you like. Just kill things. Who doesn't like frying pans? Favorite monkey from Monkey Ball? I'm gonna say either Ai or Baby. And that's mostly because I forgot the names of the other 2 monkeys. Assuming we're talking about the core Monkey Ball gang from like the first couple of games. I'm not sure how many other extras they added into Monkey Ball over the years. I'm sure there's like Old Monkey, Gangster Monkey, other such friends. Is there a way to change the order of my special weapons? Nah, you just gotta use them.
Free time.
Oh yeah, and there's a time stop button. You know, if you want to stop time. Not going to be much use to us here, but hey. Oh god, that was terrible. Now, most of the levels are like this, kind of just open arenas, I suppose. But you're going to see coming up, there's some cool levels that pretty much play exactly like a first-person shooter level. So when people talk about this game like running well for like a very early game, it does. First off, it runs at like, no, don't retire game. That's weird. We don't want that. That's me tapping the X button. Circle is the key.
Ready to go?
Oh, here's the boss. Boss fights are pretty fun. You gotta love a big blocky dragon. You can also kill it just by jumping on its head, which is fun. If you want to challenge yourself, you can beat the bosses just by jumping on them. I don't know if you get anything for it, but you can do it, and it is fun. This also works too, even more effective. Yeah, you can do that to pretty much every boss.
All right.
Anyway, that's World 1. I'm trying to think how many worlds are in this game. Five or six, something like that. But yeah, if there was ever like a 3D platform that came up before this, the guys who made this game, Exact, they made a game called Geograph Seal, which is basically kind of like the prototype for this game. And while that game's not strictly a platformer, it more or less uses the exact same, I suppose, jumping style. It's on the Shark X68000. I'm sometimes not great at remembering the numbers for that system. But if you want to look that up, Geograph Seal, I guess you could probably say that's the first 3D platformer, if you want to count it. Although it is more of a straight-up action game, so maybe not. Oh, such a good idea for a game. Wish they made more. Would have loved to see this on the PS2. I think, in particular, the PS2, this series would have flourished. You could have done so much. Alright. Ooh, secret jet pod. Yeah. Where's the next one? Alright, let's read some comments. Will you ever do a Tomb Raider? A Tomb Raider live stream? Maybe. The fear I have with Tomb Raider is that I'm very bad at Tomb Raider. Well, I mean, I'm not very bad at Tomb Raider. I have beaten Tomb Raider games before. But, it's been so long. I feel like it'll just be a stream of either me being very lost or me making a lot of really silly errors. That could be funny, though. People like that, right? People like seeing people be bad at stuff. RW Scott, retroactively for all the hours I've spent replaying your videos, you love to see it. My man, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. And yeah, thanks for watching the videos. And that goes to everybody, by the way. Thank you all for watching my stupid stuff. It's always pleasant to know people care as much about these silly things as I do. Alright, where's the last jet pod? Yeah, and in case of it isn't obvious, this game is very, very easy. If, like, this is a kid's game that is properly made for children. But I mean that in the best possible way. It's light, it's breezy, it's easy, and it's just a good time. For some reason, I can't find this last jet pod. Oh, hold up. It's a bonus level over there. Alright, let's see. One. And there's the last one. It's the old draw distance. My old friend. But anyway, let's go get a bonus level.
Bonus.
Oh. Bonus levels are pretty fun. Just gotta shoot all the balloons in a time limit. Then I missed. Ah. I knew there was something. Always got me. Always check behind you. I think this is something that gamers just pick up as you go along. Whenever you spawn into a room, it's my first instinct to check behind me. Just in case. Platformers have ruined me. I could jump on the balloons, but I think this is just quicker. Eh. Oh god, I've missed a balloon somewhere. Where is it? Where is it? Hello. Secret balloon. Oh, it's on the map.
Too bad.
See, even though it's a kid's game, I still suck at it. Alright, let's get this last jet pod. We got a lot of games to get through today. And I think it'll be nice to kind of see the evolution of Exact. Because, I mean, Ghost in the Shell are quite a different game to Jumping Flash in a lot of ways, but a lot of its DNA is still there. So it might be fun to kind of see how similar those games are after we get through. And also how much they've kind of improved on the formula in ways as well. Especially when it comes to movement, I think. Like, movement in this game is pretty good. But in Ghost in the Shell, it gets really quick and high-paced. A lot of skill involved with it in certain ways. So I think that'll be fun to compare and contrast. Fictional media building. Do you have any favorite books? Nice if you read any. At the moment, I'm mostly reading autobiographies. I'm reading some wrestling ones. I'm reading the Bret Hart autobiography, which is hilarious. Bret's the man. But in terms of like favorite books, oh god, I'll think of some in a minute. I do read. Oh, first FPS stage, I guess you could say. All right, nothing behind me, just to check. The one thing I would like this game to have that it doesn't is some sort of strafe function. It doesn't really make too much of a difference. I just like strafing. Ah!
Yeah.
Yeah, this is fun. I don't know if this like would count as the... It's not the... I was going to say, I don't know if this counts as the first FPS on the console either. I don't think it does. There has to be something that came before. At the very least, I think Kingsfield, because you can shoot magic at people, you can count that as an FPS.
Great.
Oh, secrets.
Great.
Alright, let's just go all out. By the way, this is the OP special move. If you can use this on a boss, it absolutely melts bosses. Alright, that's the game struggling. Yeah, the Roman candle, easily the best move. Oh, and here's some sand. So it's a puzzle. Love a good sand puzzle. I should probably be trying to get hit less, but this really is a game that you could just take damage and probably be fine. Watch me regret saying that though. Yeah, this is why strafe will come in handy. My instinct is just to strafe left and right. Health.
Great.
It's this way. This way. This way. See? Still got it. Can still solve simple puzzles in a kid's game. Still got it.
Free time.
Alright. And that's it.
All right.
Lovely. Alright. Let's take some time to read some comments here. Gambit, I consider your videos a way to escape. Think of it as self-therapy without getting too personal. Also, don't consider you or them stupid. Thank you, Gambit. I get what you mean. You know, it's really nice to sit back and... I find YouTube videos quite comforting in a lot of ways. Not my own, obviously. They can be quite stressful to make. But it is nice to kind of sit down and have something relaxing. You can kind of just switch your brain off and forget about the world. Games are good for that as well, but I think YouTube is an even more immediate release, you know? But anyway, let's go kill this boss. Once again, the jumping on top of enemies tactic will suit you well. Most of the time. If it seems like it's cheating, it's not. There we go. See? Picture of video. I wonder what Bubsy 3D would have been like if he used the same engine as this. Might have been a tiny bit better. Maybe. Now, I haven't really played Bubsy 3D much at all. I think I tried it once briefly. But am I right in saying that the jumping mechanic where Bubsy kind of jumps up and then looks down is more or less the same as this, but significantly worse? I feel like it's quite close. Yes. Have you played Time Stalkers for the Sega Dreamcast? I have not. It's one of those games that I've always wanted to get. You know, because it's a Dreamcast role-playing game, it's a little bit pricey to buy. But the general consensus that I hear from a lot of people is that it's not one of the best ones. It's like the follow-up to Landstalkers, right? I just don't know if I've heard of it had it being super great. It's like if you had money to spend on a Dreamcast role-playing game, you'd probably buy Skies of Arcadia or like Grandia or something first, you know?
Free time.
But I would one day love to have a PAL Dreamcast collection, so... It's still a game I'd like to own. I'll probably play it someday. But it's just, you know when you got like so little time, you really have to pick and choose what games you decide to play. So instead of playing something new and interesting, you play Jumping Flash for like the 50th time. We've all been there. Maybe not with Jumping Flash, but we've all been there. Alrighty. So here we are now on what I think is... I'm gonna say Toyland Castle. Toyland Castle Land. Something like that. Yeah. So, we're at the point now where you might see in the last level, if you can't find the jet pod, just move to the edge of the level and you'll probably see one off in the distance somewhere. Whee! I don't know if, like, this game makes anybody dizzy at all. I've always wondered if that's the case. I'm quite good with, like, motion sickness in games and stuff. Like, I'm very lucky. I don't think I've ever had a VR game make me feel kind of nauseous while playing. But I can imagine if you're, like, scared of heights or had vertigo or something, this might make you feel a bit uneasy. Because you're going very high. Like, you know, when you stand on top of a really high building or something and look down, you're like, ooh.
Yeah.
Can imagine that game doing that to you. Jet pod. Alright, let's try see if we can... Yeah, there we go. Sometimes it's also just behind the exit. I think only in, like, the last world does it become kind of tricky to find everything and get the time limit to stay up for you. Stay up for you? What am I saying? Sounds like I should be doing an ad for Blue Chew. Selfless, man, I'm terrible at reading names. The Ghost in the Shell is the one in the Tachikoma one, right? Yes, yes it is. And that's what makes it really fun. The other Ghost in the Shell games are also quite good, but Tachikoma one's super cool. It's basically just kind of like this if you're in a Tachikoma instead, which is pretty cool. Let's see.
Ready to go?
Ironhander was great. Man with a porpoise, you were absolutely correct. And yeah, I've said it in my videos before. They should have made this into a VR game. The problem, I think, is, like, nowadays, even though, you know, us cool kids who are into these fine examples of great video games, Jumping Flash is one of those things that will, like, pop such a small number of the gaming community, and you know people out there, they see, like, this game pop up, and they'd be like, what the fuck is this? This is terrible. Makes me sad. Gaming's too serious nowadays. Too many cool people like it.
Yeah.
And by cool people, I mean people who hate fun.
What up?
I say this as if I would buy like a PSVR 2 though. I still need a PlayStation 5, let alone a PSVR 2. If you buy the both of them together, that's at least a grand, right? It's a lot of money. But that being said, if they were to put Jumping Flash on the PSVR 2, I think I'd spend a grand to play it. Like, you gotta understand, I'm the type of person. I bought an Xbox One back when they first came out, like a little while after launch, only to play Peggle 2. Specifically to play Peggle 2, because Peggle 2 was an exclusive for a couple of months, and I was like, yeah, I need to play Peggle 2 immediately. What's that, €400? Yeah, no problem. I'll do that for Peggle. Also could have been for Killer Instinct as well, but it was mostly Peggle 2. And you know what? I don't regret that. I do kind of regret buying the Xbox One at the time, though. Nothing came out on that for a very long time. Okay, we're gonna have to take the Flying Whales standard jumping procedure. Yeah, this game's pretty trippy, but not like trippy. Oh yeah, I think you can just jump on these regardless of where they take you. Oh dear. No, like that. Yeah. We'll do our best. Oh god. Yeah, the camera turns you when you land. Oh no. Yeah, let's try to do it the legit way. Alright, we're gonna read some comments while this works. Holy moly. Oh, people are talking about Superman 64 in the chat. I've never played that either. I'm one of those people who, like, you know, because I'm doing YouTube stuff now, I get the privilege of playing a lot of very bad games, which is, you know, it's fun. But it's also really bad. It's also quite terrible. Games like Superman 64, I love seeing people talk about, but I know for a fact, I'm just like, nah, I'm not playing this shit. I know I won't like this. I know I won't have a good time with it. But, you know, if you're doing it for a YouTube video, you gotta play it and you gotta take it seriously. Well, to an extent. I might do that one day. I might actually watch someone just play through Superman 64 fully and see how bad it really looks from start to finish. Okay, just gotta jump in space. There we go. I love looking at all, like, what's the developer that made Superman 64? Titus, I think they're called. Has any of you ever seen their Robot Wars? God, RoboCop game. They have a RoboCop game that I believe came out on PC, but also came out on the OG Xbox and the PS2. That game's so fucking funny. It's really bad, but it's like funny bad. Would highly recommend looking at that shit.
Ready to go?
Okay, here's Cupman. OG Cuphead. Pretty fun boss fight, actually. And by fun boss fight, I mean, assuming you really like shooting weird limbs that come out of cups. Which has got to be all of us, right? It's pretty fun.
Free time.
Something really funny and dumb about this. Look at the way they shatter.
Free time.
Oh, where is he? Here, hold on. What even is that? Is that even like a limb at this stage? It just keep getting time stops.
Free time.
Is this one? It's like for Neo in the Matrix. Anyway, I think that's the boss. Classic. Amazing. Wonderful. Fantastic. Never gonna be beaten. Never to be replicated. Dave Crafton, good evening, my man. Thank you for stopping by. And thank you everybody else who stopped by, whose name I haven't called out yet. Sandy, great to see you, buddy. Node. Oh, good to see you too. Superman 64. You know, that's what I should watch. I should watch a Superman 64 speedrun. That way I'd be able to experience, well, you know, most of the game. I'm sure a lot of it will be glitches and other such funny incidents. You wait and see, though. So even though I've been on a break and not really working on the next video, I've been kind of working on the next video.
Ready to go?
Okay, slippy ice physics. Yeah, because I did the wheel spin because I just wanted to know what games I was going to be playing for the next episode. And then at least one of the games that came with it are like out in the wheel is like actually long. I've been quite blessed that a lot of the games that the wheel lands on, it turns out they mostly take about a couple of hours to beat at most. One of these games, in this case, is not a couple of hours. So I was like, shit, I better get cracking on that. But it at least means I'll be ahead of the curve for the next video. Because I can only get them out as fast as I can play the games. Is there something on the top of this tower? Yes, there is. Some nice snow music here. Should have put that in the Winter Club PlayStation. These are penguins, I think. I say I think. I'm gonna try to get up close with one of these guys. Yeah, that's... that's a top tier video game penguin right there. Look at him go. That's not me being cruel, by the way. That was just the morally right thing to do. He was gonna fall off the edge by slipping on his belly. Oh, and there's a crab. Some great enemies in this game. Alright, let's get back to work. We got giant carrot pods to find. Oh dear. Whoops. Pretty bad.
Get ready.
Oh, there's one right there. Oh, you have to collect them again. I forgot. If you die, by the way, you do have to go back and collect everything you got last time. So, needless to say, don't die. Let's try walk up the stairs this time. Alrighty. This is a nice snow level. As far as snow levels go, quite a fan of this one. Alright, I think our other one is here. So I can get into this house. And jump over here. Yeah. Will we try to get to the bonus? I think we should. I think we need to make up for the last one. Oh god. Right. I was like, I'll go check some messages. I'm like, not now. Now is not the time. All right, let's work our way outside in. Yeah, let's try out all the special weapons. As you've seen, right, even if we bring all these to the boss fights, they're not going to make too much of a difference. I'm just going to jump on the boss's head anyway. Alright, I think that's everything. Nice. Okay. Spectrum version of RoboCop sold like hotcakes in the UK. I wasn't really around for like the RoboCop boom, but I just remember there being so many RoboCop games. My favorite RoboCop game is RoboCop versus the Terminator, which is, for good reason, if you've ever played that game, very stupid. I'm sure there probably are better RoboCop games out there, but I mean, as a massive Terminator mark, That game was awesome. Plus, I played it when I was like really young, and I don't think I've ever played a game that was so incredibly gory and violent as that. Like it puts Mortal Kombat to shame. You shoot somebody with a gun in that game, they just explode into blood. Super cool. Skeleton Secrets. This is definitely going to make me buy a PlayStation. Don't you worry, it only gets better after Jumping Flash 1. If you can make it all the way to Ghost in the Shell, then you're really going to be in for it. I just wish that game wasn't so expensive to buy. Hate when games get popular.
Ready to go?
Anyway, this is another first-person dungeon crawly-esque level where we murder penguins. But I think this one takes place underwater and has some cool stuff going on. You see that enemy, by the way? Like, I think it's a TV with a camera on its head.
Go for it.
Oh, wait, yeah, I forgot. Like, these are like little lifts. Now we're underwater. See this right here? This is the inspiration for Mario 64. It's basically the same. I love the Jaws music as well. Let me see. Yes. Have you played Bomberman 2 for the DS? I have not. You know, I actually haven't played any Bomberman games on the DS. Is there anything particular about Bomberman 2 that makes it very good? Because there's a lot of good Bomberman games. Alright, let's see if I can not get lost. I think I've managed to get lost already. No. Alright, it's clearly this way. My character trait or my special skill is the ability to get lost anywhere at all times. There you go, right there. Oh, I see you're looking up Phoenix games. Yeah, Phoenix games, minor blight to the European community.
Go for it.
Quite a lot of them. But I think Phoenix games really hit their stride in the PS2 era. They just churned out stuff.
Go for it.
Like actual real games though, not even the weird puzzle games that have European cartoons included for some reason. Alright, it's above us. I wonder where we need to go. Nothing there. I was hoping for like an extra life or something. A reward for sneaking behind the back. Oh my god, it's where we were. Bomberman 2 for the DS is sci-fi as fuck. Fast-paced, hard, has lots of releasing. Alright, that sounds pretty awesome actually. Oh fuck. Oh god. Bollocks that up. Now I have to do the walk of shame back upwards. Or the jump of shame, should I say. There we go. And look at that, with 7 minutes to spare. Very close. Dave McMullen, hey Sean, hope everything is going well for you. Happy to see you slowly becoming more popular. Thank you. It is like, I mean, to be fair, like, I think the channel's grown much faster than I would have expected it to. You know? So, I'm always a little bit amazed at how popular the channel's managed to get at this stage. Doesn't mean I'm going to make popular videos, though. I'm going to continue to make trash, though. Don't you worry. No amount of subscribers and viewers are going to stop me from making Pingu videos. If it's weird and I want to talk about it, that's the only criteria. Let's walk away from the nukes. By the way, this is Nuke Turtle. This is actually one of the harder bosses. Well, I say one of the harder bosses. There's no real hard boss in this game. Oh, except for maybe the last boss. Naturally, the last boss is kind of tough, I think. I could just be misremembering that, though. So you never know. Disc only PS1 Ghost in the Shell £60. Yeah, it's not. It's rough. It's rough out there. Who made this? Feels like a Hudson Soft game. So a developer called Exact made it. And it's the thing, Exact didn't really make that many games because they got amalgamated into another Sony studio called Sugar and Rockets after Ghost in the Shell. So it's kind of hard to pinpoint their exact lineage of games, but you know an Exact game from Jumping Flash 2, and Ghost in the Shell, though. But I could see why you would get a Hudson Softy vibe off it, though. I don't want to say Hudson Soft are, like, underrated, but they make a lot of good stuff. They make a lot of, like, really low-key good games. Games that you know are really great, but might not get as much praise or as upfront love as some other developers. I think Bloody Roar is a great example of that. I'm always going on about how good Bloody Roar is. It's so bloody good. Just a great collection of fighting games that are always kind of at the back behind, like Tekken, Virtua Fighter, Soul Calibur, all that stuff. Bloody Roar is pretty great, though. I think they're also very expensive to buy nowadays. Too many people respecting how good Bloody Roar is. Oh yeah, this is the city level. Yeah, so I think there's this world, and then after this we have one more. I'm gonna let you guess where the last world is. What's the next logical step that we could take from here?
Free time.
Oh, it's like switches or something? No, I've just completely botched where I meant to go. They're all over here somewhere. Oh, check out these pelicans. I'd love to be in a room and someone came up with this idea. Bomb pelicans. Alright, where is the last jackpot? And how do I... Okay. Jackpot. I'm just gonna go high. Alright, jackpot. Yeah, if there's only... I suppose if there's any sort of issue I have with the game, it's just, you know, draw distance is a bit of an iffy thing. Because if you're looking for jet pods and you don't know where to go, you really have to get into the bit of view where it will actually spawn it for you to see. Oh, hold up. The free time actually shows you on the map, I think. Wasn't expecting that to bounce me. There we go. Yeah, so somewhere over here. Oh, yeah. I actually remember this now. I always remember being unable to find the last one here, and there's sort of like a kind of... Jesus, why? Why would you do that to me, platform? Oh, that was rough.
Get ready.
Alright, let's scroll down, read some comments. It's good to see some Bomberman Hero love in the chat. I never played Bomberman Hero as a kid. I had Bomberman 64, which I also thought was really fun. It's like a really weird Bomberman game. Super cool, though. Also has good music, but then you grow up later in life and you hear the Bomberman Hero soundtrack and you're like, oh, God. They really popped off with that one. Alright, so bad news, we died. Good news, we now know where to get all the jetpots. We're not going to try speedrun the game, but I don't like to dilly-dally. If I have places to go, we're going to go there. And we're not going to fail to jump this time. Because I'm going to use this pig. See, in like most other games, right, of this era, walking up a platform that's that narrow would be super difficult. And in this, it's completely fine. It's just a credit to how good the movement in this game is. So even if I ever die, it's always going to be my fault. Always and forever. Alright, the last one of these where... It's like back over here. I think. Ooh. Either that or I've completely forgotten about which one it is. Or have I already gotten this one? Yes, so... How have I forgotten what the other one is already? I have the fucking brain of a sieve. Everything just falls true. Is it this one? Oh, yeah. For whatever reason, I thought I already got that one. Now, please don't fall down. Yeah. Yeah, so there's... I'm not really going to say there's like a difficulty spike at this point in the game, but... You do have to actually start being a little bit good. And by a little bit good, I mean just don't fall. Enemies aren't really going to cause you too much hassle. Falling, on the other hand, very much will.
All right.
You're probably aware of this, but the thumbnail says Crash Bandicoot 3 playthrough, does it? I updated everything on this thingy-mabobby. Well. I'll change it when it comes back. Unless, can I change it now? Yeah, YouTube says it says this. Why would YouTube lie to me? This is the thing. You can do everything right and YouTube will still fuck you over somehow. But we won't worry about it. Oh, now it's the future. I say it's the future. This is literally just Japan.
Yeah.
Is that a giant crab down there? Hold up. I know we've already seen like a crab in the ice world, but I would... Hold up, what is this? I don't know what it was, but it's gotta go. Nice music here. You love to see it. Alright, let's check behind us. Do I need to go higher than this? Cool sky, though. That's a very, like, bad vibes JRPG sky. Or you've been sent to the Shadow Realm kind of deal. Bit too mystical for a game like this. It's nice, though. Oh, this fucking thing. I don't know why whenever I see that, I'm like, you need to go, you need to leave. You're bringing the vibes of the party down. I will take the fire damage to be able to use that platform. It is worth it. Okay. Yeah, it's just... damage is just a non-factor in this game. Check out this cool Terra, though. Oh, this is Glimpse. Funky mission? Hell yeah. Now to figure out how to get out of here. I still think the exit's over here somewhere. But where? Let's check here. You never know what's off hiding somewhere. Exit. Ah, there we go.
Go for it.
Bang in the middle.
All right.
Lovely. You watched any good shows lately? I watched all of that 90s show, which I'm not going to say is necessarily like good or great, but I thought it was a lot better than it probably had any right to be. I thought it was cute, nostalgic, a very like nice low stakes comedy. If you like that 70s show, you'll probably like it. That's about all I've watched. I had a choice between watching that or The Last of Us, but I didn't want to feel bummed out, you know? So I'll probably get onto that at some point too. But no, I mostly, honestly, the bits of free time I've had, I've mostly just been playing games here and there. I've been playing Hi-Fi Rush a lot. Has anybody played Hi-Fi Rush yet? Super good. Like, it's nice that they surprise dropped that game, but it's like very much it's a game made for me. Even if the music in the game feels like it's being kind of chosen by some white dude in like his late 30s. Which means that the music is probably made for me as well. It's got like fucking 9 Inch Nails and Swan in it and shit. There's a Joy Formidable track. I don't know if anybody knows the Joy Formidable, but I used to love that band when I was like 20. I was like, holy shit, they did this just for me. Anyway, here's a Cube guy. The unfortunate thing about killing these bosses by jumping on them a lot is that you don't really get to see what they look like. And I have to remember that, you know, we're trying to put on a show here. So yeah, here's Mr. Cube Man. Who might kill me because I'm letting him just tank me. To pelt me with damage. Ooh, that could be bad. It's the explosions in this game. I think you can take like multiple hits from explosions, so they can be pretty risky to stand in. And there we go. Woohoo! I think we're on to the final level now. Anyone played that Pizza Tower game? Is that the Wario? The homage to Wario? Looks awesome. I thought it looked really cool. It kind of has this really like 90s I'm not quite sure the term that I want to use for it, but there's this game I've seen played called Arcade America that has this really weird... Oh, hold on, cutscene. It looks like Arcade America.
Never underestimate the power of science.
By the way, this is Baron Aloha. He's the bad guy. It's just a giant head. Alright, so if I remember correctly, I think this is the final world. We have one more level, and then we have stage 2, which is a boss fight. I'm not going to spoil it. Probably the best boss fight in the game. And then we have Baron Aloha, who's also a boss. Yeah. Pizza Tower is a game I'm going to get around to playing for sure. Long story short, if you like the old Wario Land games, I think Pizza Tower is going to be the game for you. Anyway, here's the final level. Space. If any of you guessed space would be the final world, congrats, you've won. I don't know what you win. You win my admiration. Oh, God. I'm trying to think if, like, space has weird gravity. Nah, it's just normal gravity. Yeah, easily the hardest level in the game, just because you have to make really long jumps. And if you thought you were up high last time when you were jumping about, I don't know what looking down at the Earth's gonna do to you. You may be high, but are you as high as Robert in level 1 in World 6? Because let me tell you, that's pretty high. Oh, did I make a mistake here? No. If you ever think to yourself in this game, oh god, did I overshoot that jump? The answer is almost always nah. You're fine. I love this kind of 70s funk thing they got going on here. I feel like you could play this in the background of a car chase.
Yeah.
Alright, let's go for the bonus level. One more bonus level for old time's sake. We're gonna get all the balloons.
Bonus.
Oh, it's like Cubert.
Yeah.
Whenever I see boxes stacked like this, I'm like, ah, Cubert, my pal. Never played Cubert. I just I just associate boxes being stacked like this with Cubert. Alright. How many balloons? 3 balloons left. One over here. Where's the last? Oh, okay. Woohoo! Wahoo! Oh, DGR. My man, thank you. Thank you for stopping by. Good to see you. And I am having a nice day. I'm having a nice day streaming for the crew out there. As always, big thank you to everybody who's tuned in. Appreciate you all stopping by. If anybody has joined us in between and I haven't mentioned it, we are currently playing through Jumping Flash. It might say that we're not playing Jumping Flash. It might say that we're playing Crash Bandicoot 3, in which case, that is a lie. And you should not believe the lies that YouTube has been peddling to you. But yeah, no, I'm having a good time. Any time I get to play Jumping Flash is a good day. Every time I play this game, I'm reminded almost immediately about why I like it so much. The first time I ever played Jumping Flash was the second one. I was in a rental store and I couldn't pick what I wanted to play. And my mom had this habit of picking, basically, if a game ever looked like cute and child-friendly on the box, she'd be like, you should try this one. And 9 times out of 10, whenever she picked a nice game like that, it was almost always a banger. She had a great game choice. So that's how I discovered Jumping Flash. through the second one. And then I think the first time I actually played the first Jumping Flash was on the PS3. Yeah, I think it was the PS3. It took me that long to get around to playing that one. Because when it first came out, there wasn't like that many games on the PS3, but they had the PlayStation Classics that you could download. And you better believe I immediately got some Jumping Flash. Jumping Flash, Wipeout, and I'm going to say Everybody's Golf too. That's pretty much my first 3 PlayStation 3 games. Just a bunch of PS1 games. Anyway, that's the final level, I believe. What have I got? Hello to you too, brother. Jaren Wynn. Is this made by the exact same team behind Guitar Man and Elite Beat Agents? I'm not sure. It'd be cool if it was, though. Who made, like... Oh, yeah, by the way, this is the best boss fight. Evil Rabbit. This guy, right? Remember the way I've been jumping everybody's heads? This dude will try to jump on your head. So if you're ever wondering where I learned the tactic from, it's from this guy. Senpai over here. He's gonna send out the Rabbit bots. Now, you can beat this guy entirely by jumping on his head as well, but it's significantly harder than the other bosses. Mostly because he's invincible here. Alright, we got this. Ow. They're stealing my bit. Oh, he's doing the dash. He also has like a super dash. Oh. That was pretty close.
All right.
There's an exact copy of this fight in the third game as well, which I thought was a nice throwback. The third one's like mission based, so you just pick, instead of like having like a linear thing, you just pick random missions. And one of the missions is just straight up that fight, which is pretty awesome. RJ Mario 22, Yellow, great to see you, pal. Let's have a little look. Meowty, nothing wrong with playing some old games in your shiny new PS Triple. I still mostly use it for well, I say old games. PlayStation 3 games are old now, unfortunately.
Ready to go?
Anyway, last boss time. Old guy on a robot. Great music here, by the way. And I'm pretty sure that was a nipple laser. Also, check out that sky and or ground. This is pure 90s right here. 90s video gaming at its best. Hopefully I won't die here. There is a legit possibility I could die against this boss. Forgot about this. This is so dumb. Don't let anybody ever tell you that the PlayStation 1 isn't peak video gaming. Don't let anybody ever dull your shine. Show them this. But like, have you maybe reconsidered your argument? Oh, God. It's not even my final form. Alrighty.
All right.
How long did that take? I've been streaming for 1 hour and 10 minutes. Yeah, about an hour. That seems about right. Man with a pork, boys. Hello. Thank you so much for stopping by. PS3 Sky Odyssey would kill for... Oh, Sky Odyssey is so good.
You've only damaged my base slightly. Prepare yourself, Robert. Now my minions are really ready for you. I, Baron Aloha, am invincible! You ain't done yet.
Yeah, so when you beat Jumping Flash, you then get Extra Mode, which is the real... You know when you beat a game and you gotta play through it again, but it's like slightly tougher. You beat this and you get the real ending. We're not gonna do that though, because it is more or less the exact same thing. But that was Jumping Flash. Takes about a little over an hour to beat. A lot of fun. Great time. Highly recommended. You'll love to see it. So we're gonna quit out of that now, and we're gonna go straight into Jumping Flash number 2. Yes, I've asked this last time, but you have any favorite voice clips from a game? Oh, I mean... In terms of like favorite voice clips, there's so many great ones. My favorite voice clips are almost always the terrible ones because the PlayStation era was great for terrible voice clips. I found this channel at the end of last year and binge watched everything in a few weeks. So thanks, dude. Thank you for watching. Thank you for binging, and super thank you for your super thanks. It's really kind of you, and I really appreciate that. Very nice of you. Hopefully, I'll have more videos out soon for people to binge. You know, I've been on my break, but I'm very excited to get back to actually making shit for people. It's an important thing. Yeah, Jill Sandwich is a great example. Bear My Arctic Blast, which I think is from Shining Force 3, is one of my all-time favorites. Because it's said so sassily and so seriously. Bear My Arctic Blast. There's also a game that I'm going to be showing off in the upcoming next video, which has some top-tier A-grade voice clips. I ain't even joking. Some of the best that I've heard, and I'm surprised people haven't been sharing them around more. So you're gonna see some good stuff.
Hello. Yeah. Are you the person who is in charge of the Universal City Hall?
By the way, he's now German.
Listen, Domkov, I have question for simple favor.
In the backwater reaches of the galaxy lies a tiny planet known as Little Moo that is used by Baron Aloha as his secret hideout.
Fictional Media Bully, did you play the PS1 Harry Potter games? I sure did. I played Philosopher's Stone, aka Sorcerer's Stone, and I played Chamber of Secrets. They're both made by Argonaut, right? They're both really good as well.
In fact, there is nothing stranger in the universe than the creature known only as Captain Kabuki, tipping the scales at a whopping 220 bazillion tons.
So, Baron Aloha has now been replaced by this giant entity.
Baron Aloha hastily departs the scene and lands upon a small asteroid. Unable to cope with the monstrosity that is Kabuki, he calls Universal City Hall and begs for help as his beloved hideaway is made into so much Swiss cheese. After listening to the Baron's plight, the interstellar dispenser of justice decides to send the only being capable of dealing with a menace such as Captain Kabuki, the freedom-loving, robo-heroic Robert. Tuned up and ready to go the distance, Robert leaps to the scene.
It's a very handsome giant. I always thought this just looked like a giant.
Jumping Flash 2. Big Trouble in Little Moo.
Big Trouble in Little Moo. Always got like bananas and pajamas vibes off Captain Kabuki. I'm not sure why. But anyway, this is Jumping Flash 2. It came out roughly a year after the first game and is pretty much just like an expansion pack to the first game. Not a whole lot has changed. So it's just more Jumping Flash, which is always good. I even think the core idea of the parts of the planet being picked up and taken away are also unchanged as well. Only instead of being taken by robots, Captain Kabuki literally just plucked them up out with it. Yeah, it keeps them in a bottle. It's the exact same thing. But look, more of a good thing ain't so bad. Yeah, I actually think, right, because I mean, I like
Let's do it.
I like Argonaut quite a bit, mostly for Croc, but I do think some of their most coherent games are and well-designed games are the Harry Potter PS1 games.
Got him.
Yeah, so instead of getting jet pods this time, we actually save these little friends called Moo-Moos. That's the other main difference. And there's also a water slide now. So let's try to see if we can notice any obvious or notable improvements so far with the game. I'm gonna say that the draw distance is maybe a little bit better. Just a little bit. Otherwise, it is very similar. Umbrella. Oh, is that a Baron Aloha statue?
Got them all.
Yeah, so I actually think we're going through Baron Aloha's Wonderworld, the place he was trying to build in the last game. So it's a nice bit of continuity. And let's see if the bonus levels have changed much at all.
Bonus.
Node, are you going to do more publisher videos in the future? Yes, I am. What I'm working on at the moment, right, I don't know if anybody follows me on Twitter. I made a small tweet a little while ago that I'm basically making this kind of giganto spreadsheet that covers every game that was released on the PlayStation across all of the regions, and it's done in such a way that you should be able to organize every, like, let's say for example you wanted to find out every game that a publisher released, developed, or published for a game. You should be able to just click their name on the list and it will immediately show you all of the games across all the regions. It's gonna take a long time to make because all this data has to be sort of added in manually. Like, obviously I can get a lot of the information from various websites and stuff, but I want it to be formatted in such a way. Oh, this is the last balloon.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I want it to be formatted in such a way that it's like has all the kind of data that I would need, release dates, links to artwork, all that kind of thing. So I don't want it to be like a hack job, but once that's done, it should make making any sort of publisher video in the future an absolute breeze, because instead of having to carefully comb through and make sure I didn't miss any games, I should just be able to hit a button and then have everything ready to go. So that's kind of my background project that I've been working on. I usually add about like 10 or 15 games to it a day. So it should be done in about a year at this rate. Because I'd like to do more publisher games, but I'm always worried, like publisher videos, but I'm always worried about missing out on a game, because I don't want to make a video that says every game by a thing and then be like, oh, you missed this. Because it feels like I didn't do my work then. And look, while all the information is out there, my main issue with the info is that it's super hard to actually go through. Big whale. Sorry, got distracted by the giant whale. It's super hard to go through all that info and filter it. If that makes sense. You can find it, but you need to know what you're looking for. So I'm making this list to help me with my own videos and my own like tracking of video games, but I'll obviously put it out for everybody when it's done. It just means that you should be able to easily find any piece of information about a PlayStation game if you need it, without having to search too hard. But I will almost certainly, like, because here's the thing, right? If you look at the videos on my channel, you know, obviously for me, who's you know, making them, I see all the stats and stuff of them. The publisher videos are by far the most popular videos that I put out.
One left.
And while they are a lot of fun to make, they are a huge amount of work too. And if I only did those, I'd be very sleepy a lot of the time. But I'm certainly going to do more of them. I just want to make sure that when I do them, I want to be able to do the publishers justice. To give you an idea, like, I mean, all the obvious ones come to mind. All the Capcom games, all the Konami games, all the EA games, all the Squaresoft games, stuff that Sony themselves published. And then you've got your more obscure developers, like Jalico's one you mentioned. You could do a Hudson Soft one. You could do a Codemasters one. You can literally do it for ages. There's so many games. And that's not even including all the weird ones. Like, I mean, Japan, like, I don't know if you know much about Human Developments, or the studio Human. They made so many games that never came out in the West. Like, tons of games. It'd be cool to show all that stuff off in the future, but as always, it needs planning, it needs preparation, and it needs a super handy list
All
to
right.
be able to do such things. Let's see. Warehouse Dave, your Signosis video is insane. Yeah, that was, I mean, that's still like, I haven't really had a video kind of pop off like that one did. Oh, Shark Boss. Check out these improved textures, by the way. You can see some real improvement. Doesn't mean the boss is any less difficult. Yeah, I mean, the Signosis video was, I believe it was an idea for one of my Patreons. I put like a Patreon comment up one day and I was like, what would people like to see? Because, you know, at the end of the day, I'm always going to make videos that I specifically want to make. Like, a lot of people say, oh, you should make a video about this, or you should make a video about that. But, you know, I'm not going to make a great video if I'm not going to enjoy making it. It's not a topic that I want to cover. And I think someone just brought up, oh, you should maybe look at a bunch of the games that Signosis made. And that's when I kind of got the idea, and I was like, yeah, that's kind of interesting, or that's a good idea, like a cool idea. But then you kind of change it to, you know, just doing a quick look at all the games instead. Because initially in my head, I'd be like, oh, would it be fun to do like a whole, like when you review all of the games, but then it'd be like a 7-hour video.
What a revolting development this has turned out to be.
It's all about trying to format it into something that's fun to make, fun to watch,
Just 'cause he's the hero, don't mean you
and
can
hopefully fun to edit. Because keep in mind, it takes a long time to edit these things. And I love editing, but my god, those longer videos, they can be... You can be about 2 hours into editing a 3-hour video and you feel like you're just losing the will to live. But it's always worth it. Anyway, here we are, World 2. What recent fan translation got you excited the most? I was really happy that Aconcagua is finally available in Spanish. I don't even speak English. Yeah, that was super cool as well. If people aren't aware, right, Spanish translations of PS1 games are also like their own like little world as well. There's a couple of games that are available in Spanish that aren't in English. Like I know Baroque came out in Spanish before it came out in English, which is super cool. I think that was thanks to Mr. Nobody. But yeah, I think out of all the translations, I was pretty excited for Baroque the most of them all, because I always loved how Baroque looked in its remake. And then when I found out there was like an original version that came to the Saturn and PS1 first, I was like, wow, I really love the way this game looks. Kind of the atmosphere and dread that it has going on. So when I seen that was translated into Spanish, I was like, it's probably only a matter of time before we get an English version now at this rate. Which we luckily did get. And I was super excited to get that. And even playing it for the video as well, I probably played that one the most of all of them. Played it for like a couple of hours. And yeah, very much my type of game. Very difficult though, and very easy to get yourself killed. But I'm pretty much excited about any translation that comes out, and mostly like if I don't actually know the game, I get really excited about it as well. Because, like I said, there's so many Japanese games. Even if you like hear a name, or you see a cover for a game, or you see a small video of it, you still don't really get an idea for what the game is like and what it's about. And if somebody goes to the effort of translating a game, especially one that you haven't heard about, it's probably something cool or worthwhile about it. Because, as I'm sure you all know, translating games is not an easy process. So if someone is willing to take the time to go out of their way to do that, you know you probably have something cool on your hands. Jay, YouTube algorithm recommended your channel about 3 months ago. I was hoping for your PS1 related content ever since. Respect from Korea. Korea? Wow, I think that's the first time anybody's ever given a shout out from Korea. Thank you, Jay. Really, really appreciate you watching. And thank you for stopping by for the stream.
Let's do it.
How are your thumbs holding up, Sean? They are... My thumbs have, like, video game calluses. I think my hands are just built for video games. I'm very, very used to this. The only thing that I ever get pain from, if I'm playing a fighting game, I used to get super bad blisters playing fighting games when I was a kid. I remember I rented, I think it was Marvel Superheroes once for like a weekend, and my hands were in actual bits after that. Because if you're using like a proper, like an old school PlayStation controller, those D-pads will fuck up your hands if you're playing a fighting game on them. But in case anybody is wondering, I'm not playing on actual PlayStation hardware. I'm using DuckStation with no enhancements to try and keep that old school feel. And I'm playing using an Xbox 360 wired controller, which in my book is my favorite controller because it's super comfortable to hold, it's not too big, and everything works really well. I think it's, well, I say it's my favorite controller. I think it's the best controller for all-purpose stuff. I've a lot of love for the Saturn Model 2 pad. I think for like 2D stuff and like fighting games and stuff, Saturn Model 2 pad is mwah, chef's kiss. But yeah, I play almost everything using an Xbox 360 controller. Something about the thumb placement. I've never been super big on the thumb placement of the original PlayStation analogs or the DualShock and whatnot. Not that I can't use it, it's just, you know, personal preference. I guess everybody has like a favorite. Plus this way I get to, even with games that don't have analog support, I get to use like an analog for the D-pad instead, which is just a little bit more comfortable for long play sessions. And it works well for a game like this as well. Yeah, music is pretty good, isn't it? But if you're waiting for good music, just you wait for Ghost in the Shell. Holy shit. I mean, I borrow a lot of the music from the Ghost in the Shell soundtrack for my videos. If you haven't noticed that already, I'm sure a lot of you probably have. And rightly so. I am missing one of these bad boys, ain't I? Yes, I am. Back we go. Back we go. Follow the red. Is it this one? I do remember... So it has been actually quite a while since I played this game, Jumping Flash 2. Even though it is effectively just Jumping Flash 1 again. But I do always recall getting lost in this game a lot easier. Is there something else here that I might be missing? No, I think I just I think I just well went past the place I was meant to go to. One second. Yeah, we're just gonna backtrack. Yeah, I feel like this might be too far back. We'll try it anyway. I know there's probably something really obvious that I'm missing. I know I'm stuck in here. Yeah, I don't think it was this far back. Unless... You know what? I'm going to check it anyway. I'll kick myself if I don't go all the way back and it turns out it was there. That's a waste of my time and yours. No, it's definitely not. Well, now we know. At least we know. Are there official Jumping Flash merch that's out there? There probably is. It's always kind of hard to judge, you know, what sort of merch is out there, but Japan had merch for like everything back in the day. So there's probably some sort of robot you can get. And if you're gonna get some Jumping Flash merch, it's gotta be like a little toy robot or something, right? I'd settle for a fun t-shirt, to be fair. But whatever merch would be out there, I'd say would be very old. Alright, it's over here somewhere. Is there a secret door? Aha! Aha! Look at me, a genius who was able to find this after about 5 minutes of wandering. I don't even think this is where it is. I think we just found a secret. No, this is just a secret. God damn it. Unless... We'll find it. It was pointing to it being like over here somewhere, right? God damn it. Alright. Down here somewhere. Oh, I see. Are we finally free? No, got trapped in a spider maze. Also, yeah, there are new powers in this game. I'll try use those in a moment. Oh my god, it's another secret area. Please. Please, game. I just want to find the little friend. I want to find the Moo. Not a map button, is there? No. To answer your question, yes. In terms of reading stuff, I haven't read very much of anything in the past while. I do read, but like I said, most of what I am reading... Oh, hold on, if you jump on this, it tells you. God damn it. Yeah, I haven't really been reading anything super recently, so I can't give you a good answer, I'm afraid. The last thing I read manga-wise, I read a bit of Chainsaw Man. I read up to about the 3rd volume? And I'll get back on that soon. Please. Is there anything up here? No. Alright, so we know it's this way. We know it's over here somewhere. Look at me, trapped in this maze of sadness. Alright, it's not through there. Sean, do you get any sort of fan art? I got one piece of fan art.
Stop.
From a chap called, I believe the name is RJ Badman or something along those sides. Something along that side of thing. I think that's the name. And it was super cool. He sent it to me on Twitter. It was like a wheelman art piece with the wheel behind me, which is super fun. Which I was super appreciative to get. I think it's very humbling if anybody anywhere goes to the effort of making like a piece of art for you. So I was incredibly impressed by that. That's the only piece of art I've ever gotten, but at the same time, I don't really expect to get a whole bunch of it because, you know, I'm not like a... Even though I appear in my videos, I'm not really like an on-screen figure. I'm more of a disembodied voice. And I tell you what, I don't deserve fan art after being lost in this level for so long. This game is meant to be about as long as the first Jumping Flash, but not if I get this lost. Alright, so we know it's this direction. I'm just gonna keep wandering back here. I feel like it's something to do with here.
Move it.
We're gonna run out of time. No, it's like far in the distance. Okay. Yeah, remember that time limit I said that you should never have to worry about? There's a possibility we might need to worry about it. Oh god, it's like a secret door or something. Alright, it has to be further back. And the only way further back is in the water again. Yeah, it's down here somewhere. Is it out of the water? No, can't be it. Yeah, it's back here. So can I in fact re-jump up? No, I can. Yeah, no, that was it. The entire time. All right, now we're gonna have to do our best to make this in under 2 minutes. I think it's doable. It's literally like right over here. Oh my god. Wow, that's... Sorry for wasting all that time there, friends. That was quite atrocious. I can't tell you how many times things like this happens in my actual gameplay. The beauty of making a video is that I can edit all that out to make it look like I'm better at the game than I am. I think it's important to leave in clips to show people how bad you are at certain games as well. I'm not here to pretend that I'm a good gamer. I gotta keep it real. Okay.
Come on! Take that!
And there we go. With time to spare.
All right!
Wahoo! That's the thing, I'm good at Cuphead. I can play Cuphead really well. I'm good with like reactions and jumping and shooting. It's when a game requires any sort of lateral thinking in any way, shape, or form. Like trying to figure out what direction to go or where I should look. I have like a beeline, like a focus when I'm playing games just to move forward at all times.
Let's do it!
Ooh. This boss actually, if I remember correctly, can kill you pretty quickly. Yeah, that fire can do a lot of damage. Whoa. Who's out there saying Klonoa has aged badly? That's aged well. Probably because it's not in fully 3D. But it's also just really good. Oh, don't die. See, that was pretty close.
All right!
But we did it. Anybody, any wrestling fans in the chat? The Royal Rumble is tonight. The Royal Rumble. So I'm looking forward to watching that. I'm not even like a big WWE guy, but I'll watch the Royal Rumble.
Naughty, naughty little space bunny. Oh, I could give your tail such a nasty tweak.
Dave Kraft and their kids out there have never seen a CD before. Yeah, it's when you get kind of those moments, it really does kind of slap you in the face how old we're getting.
You want Robert to win, don't you?
You know, the kind of thing where you hand someone like a Game Boy and they immediately start tapping the screen instead of pressing the buttons. Ugh. Love that glass shattering effect. Reminds me of Point Blank. You gonna do a PS1 wrestling game video? I've actually had a lot of people ask me about PS1 wrestling game videos, which is... It's a good idea because PlayStation wrestling games are... a fine example of showing games that are both really good and really bad.
Not yet!
I probably will one day. The thing I have, right, and this is something people may not know, is that a lot of the times when I choose to make a video, I try to cover stuff that doesn't really have as much exposure possible exposure as possible, because a lot of the stuff that I make videos on, keep in mind, I watch a lot of YouTube. If I see a lot of people making videos on something, or if I feel like I've watched a video where I kind of get my fill for a topic, I probably also won't make a video on it because, you know, I feel like I don't have a whole lot to say because I feel like it's already been said very well elsewhere, you know? So I try to cover something that might not have the same kind of reach. And the good thing about wrestling stuff is that so many people have wrestling channels, and a lot of people who like wrestling often also like video games. So you kind of get a nice crossover between the two. But I would like to do a video on wrestling games someday. I think the obvious choice would be to take a look at, like, I know you could probably do all of the WWF or the WCW games, ECW, that kind of thing. But
Yummy.
there's a ton of Japanese wrestling games as well. And I think that would be something that might be a bit more interesting to cover, because they obviously wouldn't be as high profile. But it's the same issue. It's just trying to find all the wrestling games. Not as easy as you would think. There is a lot of them. There we go. See, look how quickly we're doing things if we don't have to worry about getting lost in a maze. Cool music here, though. Boom. Bum, 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 bum. I feel sorry for this guy. We're literally just invading his home. Where is the exit today? Over here.
All right.
Lovely. OSW? Yeah, I'm a big. By the way, I'm a big OSW fan. By the by, a mark for OSW. I first got back into watching wrestling in about 2018. Because a lot of my friends would go to these like wrestling events, like live viewings and indie shows and stuff. And I wouldn't go because I wasn't into wrestling, but they always seem like they're having a really fun time. Plus, you know, more excuses to hang out with your mates and have a few drinks. So I was like, you know what? Maybe I'll try get back into wrestling.
Yummy.
And I did in 2018, and I watched a couple of like WWE pay-per-views and some live shows, and I thought it was the most insufferable fucking thing I'd ever watched in my entire life. I thought it was like literally made for like children. Badly acted, a badly acted 3-hour show made for children. And to be fair, that is kind of what WWE turned into at that point. But then I discovered NXT, and I suppose the good wrestling. And then I kind of branched out to watching like indie stuff and like Japanese wrestling and whatnot. And then I just kind of fell down a rabbit hole. And even nowadays, most of what I watch is probably like in my downtime between gaming videos, either gaming videos or just like random wrestling videos. Because wrestling, even if you're not into the whole wrestling part of it, you know, God damn it, the wrestling, the pageantry, etc. Wrestling is like such a fucking bizarre and drama-filled piece sport. Like, it's one of the funniest and most interesting things out there. But out of all the wrestling stuff, OSW is my favorite. Because I don't know if this, like, if it's really noticeable for people outside of Ireland, but it is literally like the most Irish fucking show. They put so many Irish references and things into it that I feel like you'd only knew if you grew up in Ireland. So it's really cool to hear them reference the most bizarre things out there. But it's also kind of cool that they managed to get like really weird Irish specific things over with a general populace, which is pretty funny. So yeah, that's the boys from OSW are my faves. If any of you want to get into wrestling, I highly recommend you watch the Old School Wrestling Podcast or OSW Review. That's what got me back into it. And it's also a great way to catch up on shit if you haven't watched wrestling in a long time, because a lot of shit has happened in wrestling. It's been going on for hundreds of years, would you believe? Well, not hundreds of years, but over 100 years. And for those wondering, my favorite wrestling game on the PS1, probably SmackDown 2. But you can't go on SmackDown 1 either. Where is the fine? There we go. So here's the exit.
Not yet.
Yeah, I didn't know that if you stepped on this thing, it just tells you where the final thing on the map is. I don't know if that's also in Jumping Flash 1, but as you would imagine, that's quite handy. You listen to Attitude Era or New Generation Project podcasts? I do not. I've always heard super great things about the Attitude Era podcast in particular. The only wrestling podcast that I listen to is the Cultaholic podcast. And that's mostly just because I really like the lads on Cultaholic. One of the first wrestling things I got into when I got back into it was Botchamania, so I always love hearing Matthew and anything.
All right.
Yeah, apparently it says, for those who don't know, apparently it says I'm playing Warped. The title of my video didn't update, even though it says it here on YouTube that I've updated it. I'm gonna try redo it and see if it saves it and change it to something different. Maybe it has, I don't know. Yeah, we're not playing Crash Bandicoot 3. We're playing Jumping Flash 1, which we've beaten. We're playing Jumping Flash 2, which we're currently in the middle of, fighting a giant plant. And then after this, we're gonna play Ghost in the Shell. And then when we're done with that, I'm gonna go get a big chipper and I'm gonna go watch the Royal Rumble. That sounds like a pretty good Saturday to me. Yeah. Roman Campbell rules. Look how long it lasts in this game. That's crazy, right? Oh, there we go. Yeah, that was also sketchy. Once again, proving the point. You can take damage in this game, but as long as you can deal damage quicker than you take it. Oh, so it's both. They do the men's and the women's Royal Rumble all in the one. New Gen is good, very down there. Attitude Era podcast can be a bit insufferable at times. Look, if there's one thing I've learned, right, I always thought gamers were bad. Wrestling fans are like significantly more insufferable than gamers.
That's funny.
I love that Baron Aloha just straight up fell asleep. I read a book about a wrestler called The Grappler. He apparently made the DDT with a dude he was fighting during a live match. Oh, cool. Was that Jake the Snake? Could have been. I'm not sure if Jake the Snake... Obviously, I'm sure he didn't invent the DDT, but he's like probably the most famous DDT in the business. Does Mr. Seanson watch the AEW? Yes. If I was to pick like one promotion, like the only active promotion I watch is AEW. And that's, like I said, it's just from like a general dislike from the product that WWE was putting out at the time. Wasn't really into it. Like I said, I felt like it was kind of made for kids. And if you're an adult watching wrestling, I think you can really enjoy wrestling as an adult, but the stuff that WWE was putting out just wasn't for me. AEW, on the other hand, I got into pretty much from the beginning. And I still watch it to this day, through the ups and the downs. I really enjoyed the show that they had on Friday for the Jay Briscoe tribute. That was really nice. Yeah, even if you're not into wrestling, I think a lot of the WWE games are still a lot of fun.
Not yet.
Do you know what game they were playing? The VTuber? It's probably, if you're not privy of what most of the WWE games are, though, it's probably going to be hard to pinpoint which one exactly it was. There's a lot of those things. Look at this little dude. Yeah, I gotta tell you, there's some great enemy designs in the series. Like this frog with a hard hat. Yeah, I think like I watched wrestling when I was a kid. Would have been about like the 2000s, 2001 era, and that's what kind of got me into wrestling. And then I kind of just fell off it after that. But yeah, AEW is kind of the closest thing I get to that stuff that I enjoyed when I was a kid. You know, funny storylines, cool characters, and like actually really cool, interesting, highly technical wrestling. The good stuff, shall we say. Ooh.
One left.
Oh. I don't know why that sound effect is really, really cool. The slow turning. Cool music here as well. Yeah, the soundtrack for the second game, I think, is not that Jumping Flash had bad music, but I think the second game is a nice big step up in terms of music quality. Yeah, all the... Now, boxing, that's where it's at. I've never gotten into boxing. A lot of my friends are really big into UFC and stuff, which I also haven't really gotten into. I don't know what it is. I don't... It can be pretty cool. Like, I'll be honest, probably a lot of Irish people watched MMA when, like, McGregor was on back in the day. We all hate McGregor now, though. Never have I seen a country turn on somebody so quickly. And rightly so. But boxing, yeah, I don't know. I think modern boxing is kind of difficult to get into because it's very... a lot of the big matches nowadays are very, like, streamer and, like, money fight focused. Where it's just these weird matches that you know are going to go to a stoppage or a judge's decision.
Got 'em all.
Cool that people are getting into them, though. I do like the streamer events and like the chess boxing and stuff. I like the silly events. I just don't want to see like Logan Paul or Jake Paul or anybody else fighting anytime soon. KO was a lot of fun. Have you ever thought about making a game? I mean, when I was a kid, sure. But I don't have the technical know-how. But I think more importantly, I don't really have any ideas in my head for the kind of game that I'd want to make. I'm sure if you trapped me in a room and asked me to come up with an idea for a game, I could probably do that. But I've never really been much of an, I guess, an ideas guy. You know, I feel like if people were to make a game, they'd have to have a really good idea and they'd know exactly how everything works. I've never really thought that far into it.
Invincible.
Maybe one day, though. I see a lot of people on YouTube are getting into making games, though. When I say making games, they're like putting money towards the process of making games. Let me think of people who've done that. I'm not sure if Nintendo has made a game. I know Donkey has like a publishing company coming out. I think more people should make games if they can, but I think making games nowadays is like a super saturated market. I have a lot of respect for people who are putting out games in any way, shape, or form. But I don't think it's ever going to be me who's doing it. I'm perfectly content with playing video games. Perfectly content.
Got him.
But you can guarantee if I ever make a game, I'm just going to make a Jumping Flash clone.
Stop.
The world's most obvious Jumping Flash clone.
I'm full.
So if anybody wants to hire me as a consultant for a Jumping Flash game, you can see my poor gameplay here. That should tell you how good I'm going to be. Alright, so who wants to make a bet if I'm going to get lost in this level? Probably not. Probably not. Poor guy. It's not my favorite of all time, but a lot of my favorites have had people either make games that are comparable to them or have seen follow-ups. Jumping Flash just deserves more love.
Yummy.
Do you know what? I'm going to say there's probably a Jumping Flash clone out there that someone's made already that I just don't know about. I'm sure if I spent like a couple of minutes researching it, I'd probably find something. Someone has to have made at least like an homage or reference to this in something else. Oh dear. The fans. There we go. Can I get out this way? No, there's a secret back route. Oh yeah, that's my new ability. Cluster balls.
Yummy.
And hopefully this will bring us to the third Moo. Gino746, hello buddy. Thank you for stopping by. Carter Dotson, thank you for stopping by. Great to see everybody. Currently traveling 8 hours from Leeds to Aberdeen, so having your stream is keeping me going. Please keep streaming. I would love to stream all day, but I will stream as long as I can, and by as long as I can until I beat Ghost in the Shell.
Yummy.
So we still got a little while to go, but hopefully I can keep you entertained on your trip for as long as possible. This is probably going to be the last stream for a little while as well, because I said I was going to try stream here and there during my break, which is clearly what I'm doing. But when I'm back to this, I'm probably going to spend all my free time just trying to get more videos out. You kind of get this bad feeling in the back of your head when you haven't put something out in a while. And I'm itching for that, you know?
All right.
That being said, though, I have... This year is when I'm going to finally try to get the pieces together for some PS2 content if possible to test the waters. So I might do a PS2 stream at some point with all the new stuff with my retro think and my fancy hacked PS2. Play something weird. So I might try that at some point soon. You've never played Jumping Flash? Right, well, first off, this is Jumping Flash 2. I still don't know if it says that I'm playing Crash Bandicoot 3. If it is, it's lying. Clearly.
Let's do it.
Oh, that's a big spider. This actually looks like a Ghost in the Shell boss. Yeah, so, as always, if you haven't played Jumping Flash, it is a first-person shooter platformer hybrid. It's a lot of fun. Oh, God. He's got faster bullets than me. Ooh. Yeah, as you can tell, the levels in this game quite similar to the first game, but bosses significant step up, I would say, both in terms of difficulty and design. It's been a long time since I've seen the last boss for this game, though, so I don't know if the final boss is going to be as great as Captain Kabuki. Oh, there we go. Let's see. I just did a quick Google search through there, and there doesn't seem to be many Jumping Flash clones out there. That's a shame. All right, someone, if someone makes video games, go get on making a Jumping Flash clone. Let's see. Brian B, have you played Castlevania Chronicles? I have not. Castlevania Chronicles is, correct me if I'm wrong, it's basically a remake of the is it like a remake of the first Castlevania, or is it a collection with a bunch of Castlevania games in it?
Bunny burgers, 'cause you don't know Jack Rabbit. Jack Rabbit, I'm a funny.
This is a great villain. I love a delusional villain who thinks they're really funny. Let's see. To Seanson. Lots of licensed games. You can play Jumping Flash in PS Plus. Yes, if any of you haven't played, if you have a PS5 and you haven't played Jumping Flash yet, and you have PS Plus, go ahead and play it. I think they added trophies to it as well and everything now. And it takes an hour to beat. You can get all those trophies.
Let's do it.
Oh my god. All right, let there be a lesson, everybody. Don't walk backwards in world. Is this world 5 from now? Probably is. If I lose track of the game that I'm playing, it usually means that I'm having a good time. That's my criteria for having a good time in a video game. Have I zoned out? Have I hit a zone? If so, then I'm having a good time. That's why I always think I'm going to be really bad at streaming, because I literally just zone out when playing a game. I just have a face like... notoriously bad multitasker. Alright, let's take the... Ooh. Alright, we're gonna have to find an alternative route for that. Okay. I love this music. It's kind of mildly terrifying in a way. It's my favorite brand of evil music. Evil fairground or evil circus music. I know this isn't like evil, but trust me, there's always something sinister about it. Oh, can I ride this tiny car? Can't ride the car, guys. Game's unplayable.
One left.
Just want to ride the tiny car.
Not yet.
And it's over there. Lovely. Oh. Love a good top hat platform. Need a Mega Man 8 stream. I'd love to play some Mega Man sometime, actually. I don't know if I'd play Mega Man 8 or if I'd play X4, though. Love X4. Actually, maybe I'd play Mega Man Battle and Chase. I love that game. I don't know if anybody's ever played the Mega Man Kart Racer. I always hear people say it's kind of bad. I think it's pretty fun. Not like amazing or anything, but I mean it's a Mega Man Kart Racer. How could that be bad? All right, let's zoom out of here. See, this is great. This is like literally just a roller coaster simulator. You put this in VR, you make so much money. I like all the X games. Well, okay, that's a lie. I like all the X games up to X5. X6 is like, if the other games before it weren't so good, X6 would be better. X7 is X7 exists, let's put it that way, and then X8 is also pretty weird, but I like it a lot. I mostly like X8 because it has an enemy called Bamboo Pandemonium, who's a giant panda, which is super cool. Power Battle is fun, especially in co-op. Yeah, Power Battle is awesome. I used to have this service called Real Arcade back in the day, which would let you play arcade games. I used to play Power Battle on that all the time. Yeah, I'd probably rather... You see, here's the thing, right? I know if I'm going to do a video on all the Capcom games, which I probably am going to do at some point, we're going to be covering a lot of Mega Man in there for sure. But I think of all the Mega Man games that I'd like to cover, Battle and Chase might be up there as number one. Just because that was like... it wasn't the first Mega Man game I ever played. The first Mega Man game I played was Mega Man 2 on the Game Boy. But the first one I owned was Mega Man Battle and Chase. Which is weird. I don't know how many people out there would have had their first experience with Mega Man being that one. But it was one of mine. And as such, I have an eternal soft spot for it. How does one get up there? I think we know the answer. But yeah, after playing all the I went through like a Mega Man marathon a couple years back. And I played through all of them. Played through the ones that I'd beaten before. And I'm dead. Wow. Okay, guys, don't trust the canon.
One more time.
Palmaro, if the previous games weren't so good, 6 would be better. That doesn't make sense. The game sucks, and every single one before it sucked less comparison. Alright, let me explain what I mean to you by that. I don't think Mega Man 6 is inherently that bad a game. It's a good-looking game at times. It is competent. It is a good action game. If you were to judge it based off of the standards of any other 2D action game, it could be quite good. You know? But it has awful mechanics and weird systems in it that make it pretty bad. And when you have other good Mega Man games out there that are really, really good, especially the ones that came before it, and you're playing them all in a row, it really especially highlights the problems with Mega Man X6 in comparison to the others. But if you were to take still the core, like, gameplay of Mega Man X6 and compare it to other 2D action games, it's still pretty good. It's still a Mega Man game. It's not like Mega Man X7, which is, you know, awful. That's what I mean by that. But at the end of the day, my opinion is my opinion, and your opinion's your opinion. If we all have the same opinions, everybody would be very boring. Yeah, it's still a Mega Man X game at the end of the day. It's just one of the worst ones. But I'd take like X6 over X7 any day of the week. Oh, is that a tightrope that I can walk?
Got him.
Well, not important anyway. Yeah, you can see the levels, right? Getting much more fleshed out and big. Like this is a big level. Yeah, that's true. Elon Musk is the master of cringe. You know, I've never played, in spite of me saying that I've gone through all these Mega Man games, I've still yet to play Legends.
Got another.
And the fact that Legends is in the Wheel-a-Rooney is probably one of the reasons why I've yet to play it. If someone suggests a game to play for the wheel, I tend not to go out of my way to play it. I just wait for it to show up, and that's my time to play it. Mika, my man, thank you. Want to send more, but beers on trains are expensive. Look, I'm delighted that you sent me even anything. So you say that, Cash. Get yourself some expensive beers. I hope they taste really, really good. Thank you very much. Really, really appreciate it. Can I get out the top here? No. Okay. Yeah, so my issue with this level that I'm having is that I need to get up high, and I'm running around looking for places to go, and I think I need to think about this one a bit more. As in, how do I get where I want to go? Probably these horns, right? Yeah. If there's anything I've learned from platforming games, is that musical instruments propel you to high places. But not hot air balloons. Oh, wait, hold on. Hold up. Oh, God. Okay.
One left.
That's rather dangerous looking, right? Spinning knife blade thing. I want to jump on that. All right.
Invincible.
Let's take a look. Where are we going? I'm going to say over here. You played any good beat-em-ups recently? I played the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game. I had a lot of fun with that. Shredder's Revenge. Yeah, I played that with I played through it with
Got them all.
on my own, which was a lot of fun. Which is I think if you can play through a beat-em-up solo and it's a lot of fun, you probably have a really good beat-em-up. But I also played a little bit of it in a group with 6 people online. And I also thought it was really fun. I was worried it might be a bit too chaotic, but it was actually a lot of fun also. I think out of all the beat-em-ups, especially the modern ones, Streets of Rage 4 is still the best. I think that game turned out better than anybody could have hoped for. That's still my favorite. Immaculate game.
All right.
Other than that, I always recommend playing any of the Sega Dreamcast beat-em-ups, Dynamite Cop or Zombie's Revenge. Also a great time. Yeah, 6 people is pretty rough. What was that PS1 action game with a dude who had a sword you played? Why can't I remember the name of it now? I know exactly what game you're talking about. Alright, I'm gonna think really hard about this. Jace? Is it Jas or Jace? £5, whatever. Oh, either way, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, my man. I'm gonna say Jace. That looks like a Jace. Just a cooler spelled Jace. Holy shit. God, what is the name of that game? I can tell you, like, the other game. They made Crisis Beat as well. I swear to God, guys. The problem with playing so many games is that you only have so much space in your brain, right? So as soon as you start playing all these games, you literally forget the names of everything that you play. Yeah, but you played as a guy with a sword. There was like rings that you collected. I had blast beats during the dragon boss fight. That's the game. Yeah, that's a pretty fun beat 'em up. Wish I had a 2-player mode though. I think their other game that they made, Crisis Beat, is a bit better. And that's because you can play as a character in Crisis Beat who constantly has his hands in his pockets as he fights, and he just kicks people. He looks really cool. Oh, Rome Candle's so busted. I'm in a... Whoa, something weird happened there. It's okay. Rising Zan? No, it wasn't Rising Zan. Rising Zan is more, like, action game, while this one's like a straight-up beat-em-up. No, Lucifer Ring, that's the one. God, why couldn't I think of the name of that? Yeah, Dragon Valor and Lucifer Ring have a lot in common from, like, the character design and the early stuff.
Here, bunny, 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 come to Papa. Time to wrap you up like a big...
There is a lot of dudes with swords, but this guy had blonde hair, red armor, and multiple swords. And he's not the other guy on the PlayStation who has red armor and multiple swords.
Listen, you, it better be, or I'll use you as my next footstool.
Yeah, Lucifer Ring's pretty fun.
Power to engines, turbines to thrusters.
Now we'll show that
I'm out of Pepsi now. It's tragic.
Yippee-ki-yay, Kabuki.
Here we go.
Rising Zan is on the wheel, and it's already been picked, would you believe? I think it got chosen in Volume 10. I think it was the final game of Volume 10. Yeah, I'd say so. I really liked Rising Zan. Really cool game. I heard a lot of people say Rising Zan had like very bad controls and stuff, but I don't know. I thought it was actually pretty good. Okay, so a lot going on here in this level. But we're gonna get through it. Bum, 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 bum. There's a lot more beat 'em ups to play in the PS1. We'll get them. Oh, big swan. Alright, let's ride the swan. C12 Final Resistance. I remember being a cover game for PS1 magazines at the time. Yeah, they were pushing C12 pretty heavy over here. But like, this is the thing, like, because like the PlayStation came out when I was a kid, I have like, you know, you remember like, oh dear. Well, that's terrible. I know you remember lots of stuff when you were a kid, but like the end of the PlayStation in particular is like a lot of the stuff that I remember very strictly, because that was when I was buying a lot of magazines and reading a lot about games at the time. And like, because I didn't have a PS2 for ages, C12 was like the big fucking PlayStation game. If you still had a PS1. We had like an official PlayStation magazine in Ireland for like about a year. I think there's only about 12 issues of it. They were big on the C12 hype train. We played it briefly in like one of the... There was like a demo stream I did not too long ago. We played it briefly during that. But I'd like to play it properly. That's also on the wheel, so like C12 is... I think it's actually one of the more popular games that we have on the wheel. I think more people have picked C12 than most other games. You know, funnily enough, I think the most popular game that we have on the wheel, the one that I've received the most requests for, is 40 Winks. Which seems a bit odd. I was like, really? 40 Winks? Okay. I can't say shit. I haven't played 40 Wings, but it's just one of those ones that stands out. I'm like, really? That one? Maybe the fact that so many people picked it will prove to me why it's good. You get cider time for me, £2 for you. You deserve it. My man. A cider drinker extraordinaire. I can't drink cider anymore because I drank it as a kid. And once, you know, when you drink alcohol as a kid and you have a bad night with it and you can't drink it again? Yeah, that's cider for me. It's a dark path. What cider are you drinking, by the way? What's the cider of choice? We have this awful cider back home in Ireland called Druids, which is like the cheap cider. But it's very strong. I don't think there's such a concept as cheap cider in Ireland anymore. They made alcohol very expensive there recently.
One left.
What's this fucking big knife? Look at this shit. What a weird game. We're really gonna test this jumping length here. Is 40 Winks a Neverhood game? And Sean, do you drink Iron Brew? I do drink Iron Brew. Not very regularly, but I do like Iron Brew. We do get that in Ireland, by the way. But it's mostly super duper popular in Scotland. I see it around here in the UK all the time though. But I don't know how popular it is as a drink. And is 40 Winks a Neverhood game? No, I think it's a You know, I actually don't know off the top of my head who made 40 Winks. I don't know why Argonaut rings a bell, but I'm not quite sure if it is an Argonaut game. Oh, secret. Bonus. Let's get the extra life we did. Actually, no, Eurocom. I think it is Eurocom, yeah. It was one of those guys. There's like a handful of people who kept making 3D platformers during that era. Yeah, and I think it was Eurocom. Correct me if I'm wrong by all means, but... Yeah, Eurocom made some good stuff. I'm not going to say they're underrated, but, you know, it's rare that you play a Eurocom game that wasn't, at worst, quite playable. I'm also just like Hercules, though. Disney's action game featuring Hercules. What a name. Alright, nice balloon down there. 4 balloons to go.
Invincible.
Alright, and then it's this one.
Too slow.
Nah, whatever. Whatever. So yeah, to answer your question, Brian, you can still get Iron Brew. It's still a very popular drink over here, but I wouldn't drink it as much. I was more of a Lucozade guy, but then they ruined Lucozade by getting rid of the sugar contents of it. So now I'm unfortunately just a Pepsi Max guy. 90% of what I drink is Pepsi Max. Pepsi Max and a bit of coffee and a bit of water. So naturally, my health is in the fucking bucket. in the dirt, my health. Hello, I'm looking for a Paolo, please, and I do not want to fall to my death. Even if I could find the exit in the level, I'd at least be able to tell where the thing is. Thank God this game has good platforming control. Imagine it had bad platforming. This would be awful. Ah. Yeah, Iron Brew had some insane ads back in the day. It's hard, like, I always kind of describe Iron Brew as having like a bubblegummy taste, I guess is what I would say. Yeah, it kind of tastes bubblegummy to me. And I quite like bubblegum, so maybe that's why I enjoy it. Ooh, that's a big jump. Might be risking things there. Didn't want to take the risk. Please don't get hit by a train. That wouldn't be great. Alright, we're out of here.
All right.
Yeah, I'm not a smoker, so I'm mostly okay. I'm not a smoker, and I go to the gym a few times a week, but I don't go to the gym to get like buff or fit. I go to the gym so I can eat whatever I want. I would go to the gym and then immediately leave the gym and go to McDonald's, you know? Yeah, I'm not quite sure what Iron Brew is, but bubblegum is the thing that kind of stands out to me.
Let's do it.
Oh, on the Thatchers. I would still say the nicest cider. I mean, there's a lot of nice ciders. We have this cider in Ireland called Orchard Thieves, which is like really tasty. It's like a kind of a light cider. I think they have a different name for it in other countries. Orchard Thieves or Bulmers, which I believe is also called Magners, depending where you are. There's a lot of name changes for shit. But yeah, not much of a... Oh, this boss is big fucking around. These lightsabers, holy shit. Oh, there's some stuff happening here. Oh dear. This might be it. No, we're good. We're still okay. Oh, strong. I also, you remember how I said I stopped drinking cider because I got really unwell when I was a kid? Well, I once went to like a convention in Belfast once, like a big session, and we were playing a drinking game, and I bought Strongbow, and whatever drinking game we were playing, let's just say I did very poorly in it, which resulted in me needing to drink a lot of Strongbow. And ever since then, I've also not been able to drink Strongbow. Long story short, don't play drinking games with cider. It's a dodgy path. It's a dodgy path.
Let's do it.
Also, I think this is the last boss. Yeah. Yeah, that's some boss music, alright. What do you think of this boss arena? I love when games go like really psychedelic all of a sudden. Yeah, I just can't stop thinking like this character is just like a giant banana. Like a white banana. More characters should be white bananas. Yeah, I think I'm dying this time. I think I'm finally gonna lose a life to a boss. Yeah, I'm gonna actually attempt to stay alive here if possible. Can I move in a circle and dodge it? No. Oh shit! I love these dodgy transformations. This is straight. It's pretty much the exact same as the boss in the first one, only way harder. Oh, can I do it? I hate when you get like, you know, like this low on a boss when you think you're gonna die. And you're like, oh, I might do it. Because you almost always die anyway. But it gets you like false hope. See?
One more time.
Have you watched any good tokusatsu lately? I haven't watched a tokusatsu in a very, 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 very long time. So to answer your question, no, I have not. Unfortunately, I feel like most of these questions I'm going to give you a very disappointing answer to. If it's video game or music related, I could probably give you an answer. Because that's all I do. I listen to... I play video games and listen to music. They're my two pastimes. Favorite N64 games are so fun. Ooh. How was Hyper Rush? I was thinking to pick it up when I saw that tweet. Yeah, it's I think it's really good. I'm a couple of levels into it, and I'd say the game really begins to get good once you get all your abilities in there. Like it kind of has abilities that I would say are kind of akin to. It feels kind of Devil May Cry 4-y, because you have like an arm that lets you like connect and get in on people really easily. But they managed to meld it together with a rhythm game really well. And the visuals are stunning. Beautiful looking game. And it's like only like 18 gigs. It costs like 30 quid. Yeah, Hyper Rush so far is a bit of a banger. I think it's worthy of the hype it's getting. My only thing is like I said, it's the music choices aren't necessarily what I would pick for the game. in some cases. But overall, it's really fun. It's really cool. If you have Games Pass, it's on Games Pass on PC and on Xbox, so... Yeah, if you have the chance, give Hyper Rush a try. Even if you're not really into rhythm games, it's I think it's so good that it might be worth checking out regardless. Early contender for Game of the Year for a lot of people, apparently. And that Dead Space remake is also supposed to be really great too. I won't be playing that for a while though, as I'm a coward. The first Dead Space is quite spooky. Yeah, this is straight up just a throwback to the final boss of the first game. In every conceivable way. Awesome.
All right.
Oh, who's recommending King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard? Yeah, the people talking about... Yeah, King Gizzard are amazing. King Gizzard are... I have no idea how they managed to produce so much music that's actually good. Gotta be like the most prolific band going out there at the moment. Insane. Let me see. Did someone ask a question about favorite N64 game? Do you have a favorite N64 game? It's... I know it's like a really cliche answer, but I think Ocarina of Time probably. I'd probably say it's nostalgia, but I really love Ocarina of Time. I think it's really great. Ocarina of Time, Lilac Wars, aka Star Fox 64, Sin and Punishment, and Mario Party 2, oddly enough. I think Mario Party 2 for me is my favorite Mario Party game. Love that game.
And so we leave the story with the knowledge that no moose is bad moose. The intergalactic threat to good taste and steady real estate.
Sean, do you play much SNES or Mega Drive games? Not as much nowadays, but I do really love the console. And both consoles, actually. I recently got one of these Super Nintendo cardy things. I know you can't really see it, like an SD2 SNES thing. There was a lot of stuff that I want to play, but I'll get around to it. But I'm very well versed in the Super Nintendo and Mega Drive libraries, though. I'll put it that way. Mega Drive was my first console, so I have a lot of love for that in particular. Oh, and Kirby 64. Yeah. Kirby 64 is far from my favorite Kirby game, but it's still very good. Mostly because it has Fridge Kirby, which is, you know, top 10 Kirby. Easy.
Jumping Flash 2, True Faces of Baron Aloha.
Now it's, yeah, now we get to start it again. Now it's the two faces of Baron Aloha. Yeah. Everdrive, yeah, it's basically, it's like the other Everdrive. It's not as good as the highest price Everdrive, but it's like the midpoint in between them. These things are getting really expensive to get, by the way. They used to be, it's because I think the main guy who's making the Everdrive works out of Ukraine, and parts have gotten obviously really fucking tough to get and hard to make because of the conflict. So yeah, if you're trying to buy like flash cards for old consoles nowadays, especially the good ones, they're really fucking overpriced at the moment. But anyway, that's Jumping Flash 2. Yeah, look, no one's going to admit Ocarina of Time is perfect nowadays, but I think if you played Ocarina of Time when it came out, which is what I did, very few games like it at the time that are so ingrained and deep in my heart. Like, I think I prefer Majora's Mask for how out there and strange it is. Like, you could also say Majora's Mask is it's a pretty rough game too. But I think for nostalgia purposes, you just can't beat Ocarina of Time. I'm not going to give like a contrarian opinion about that game because I love it to bits. I don't think, you know, you could probably do a whole essay to say how like poorly it's aged, how Twilight Princess is just a better version of Ocarina of Time, which it probably is. But you know, sometimes that doesn't matter. Follow your heart. Anyway, guys, we're going to move into Ghost in the Shell in just a second. But I need to go to the toilet and grab another can of Pepsi first. So I'm going to pause this real quick. I'm going to switch over to my be right back thing. Yeah, that's it. I don't have any music playing. But I'm going to be right back, guys, and we're going to get right into Ghost in the Shell. Thank you for sticking around. Alright, we're back, baby. Let's hit the button. the back button. Alright, I'm back, baby. I've had a screaming and crying kid in front of me this whole time in this train. My poor friend. It's rough. Do you have, like... I know you're probably listening to me, but I need something to drown out a kid. I need to have some sort of music or a podcast going at all times. Yeah, Jumping Flash 1 and 2 are quite short, but the idea here is you'll see when you come back into it, it's usually like an extra mode that you play through again. So you're meant to play through them once more, and then do the time attack, and then get the most out of them. But this is part of the reason why I picked these games, because I know they're quite short. And if I say I'm going to play 3 games in one sitting, I'll probably still be able to knock them out in about under 4 hours, so I can, you know, go have dinner at some point later. Did you have to say I'm going to the toilet? Yeah. I didn't know that. I didn't know human bodily functions would upset people. I could be more in depth if you want next time. If you want me to elaborate further, I can go into it. Oh, did someone ask about Kirby and the Forgotten Land? Yeah, I love that game. That was one of my favorite games last year that I played through. I didn't really play a whole lot of modern games last year, but Kirby and the Forgotten Land is easily one of the best. Love that game a lot. All right, let's see. Ghost in the Shell, baby. Now, this is the one that I haven't played. It's been the longest since I played. I beat it once a long time ago. Yeah, I'm gonna go take a dump. Next time I'll let you know if I'm gonna go take a dump. It'll actually flash up on the screen saying Sean's gonna take a dump. But we're gonna let the opening play through. If you haven't seen the opening for this game before, one of the best video game openings of all time. It's also quite long, so I'm just gonna sit back and enjoy it with you.
What have we got?
Make another £2. Enjoy this opening. Hopefully that drowns out the kid. By the way, if you've seen boobs there, no you didn't. Don't censor me, YouTube, please. Anyway, that's the intro to Ghost in the Shell, with the song Ghost in the Shell by Takeo Ishino. And if you don't know Takeo Ishino, amazing Japanese techno producer, would highly recommend looking up his albums and releases. Super good. This is most certainly one of the PS1 remixes. I'm gonna do the training mission just to remind myself how to play the game, but I also think the training level is its own kind of level. So probably good to get in and get the vibe. Do you listen to any Cypress Hill? You know, other than the basic stuff, no. I mostly know Cypress Hill from The Simpsons. But I could probably brush myself up on Cypress Hill. Alright, it's all coming back to me. Yeah, so This game is played, I think you can do third person and first person in this game. Let me see, select, yeah. You can go into first person. Yeah, it's all coming back to me. Yeah, so this game to me is like, what if Jumping Flash, right? But on an even better soundtrack and much better movement. And you can like walk on walls and shit. I also like this thing it does, right, where if you like back the camera up, it automatically goes into the first person for you. So the camera doesn't mess up. Great little feature. Yeah. Oh, I've missed the target. Yeah, see, this is... When I first played Ghost in the Shell back in the day, I played a demo of it. I didn't know anything about Ghost in the Shell. I'd never seen, like, the movie. I'd never watched any of the series. I'd never read any of the mangas. I was like, what the hell is this cool robot crab thing that you can go up walls with? That enough is, like, alone to sell a game to me. Obscura, a true crime podcast, my man. Thank you so much for the super chat. What kind of music setup do you have? So at the moment, right, music setup wise, in my living room I have like my vinyl setup, which is just like an Audio Technica with some big ass speakers. But most of the time I'm listening to music these days is like the mini hi-fi that I bought for this office here, which is just like a Sony. But I got like a mini disc player in it. I got a CD player. Oh, this is the wrong way, right? Yeah, whatever. Training complete. That'll do. I know how to play the game anyway. Yeah, I got a little Sony mini hi-fi for this room. I don't know why this is in the American version of the game. I don't even recall that cutscene. But yeah, at the moment my main system is just like a little Sony mini hi-fi, and I find myself actually listening to the radio a lot. There's some really good dance radio stations over here in the UK. There's one I listen to a lot called Funky Essex, which plays like bangers all the time. It's super good. Now in Scotland, so all new passengers are automatically 50% cooler and drunk. That's a good way of explaining Scottish people.
Sorry. I heard about explosives training. Yeah, the whole group spent the night trapped in a restroom. Poor babies.
This occurred 40 minutes ago.
Wait a minute. I've seen this.
Yeah, Standalone Complex. I think this is the first Ghost in the Shell game. I might be wrong.
Of C6 were detonated. Some group calling itself the Human Liberation Front claims responsibility.
So they want to liberate us, huh?
Real terrorists.
This was not an amateur stunt. Their communique was released directly onto an encrypted security net. These are pros with hacking skills.
Were they traced?
Yeah, I've started buying CDs again, which feels weird.
That's where we're headed right now. The equipment is A4.
Vinyls are super expensive, CDs are very cheap, and I have like a bunch of mini discs where if I want to make like a custom mix or something, I almost always put them on a mini disc instead. And if I want to support a band or an artist I like, I usually buy tapes from them, because tapes are super nice and cool and small form factor.
Take them off, you moron.
Fujikoma, just do your job and help the rookie.
Yeah, this is like really good cutscene quality for the PS1, and it's also great to see like this high quality anime, because you know, for like I didn't really know much about anime growing up at all.
Control to Kusanagi.
Kusanagi here.
The terrorists are definitely in the bay.
Yeah, so that thing on the right there, that's a visual glitch. That probably shouldn't be there. Emulators ain't perfect, everybody.
You'll have to get in and shut them down.
Roger.
You played any rhythm games recently? I've, other than Hi-Fi Rush, which I'm going to count as a rhythm game. I've played a game on my Steam Deck called Muse Dash, which was a rhythm game that popped up because it was on sale for like a pound or a euro, and that's actually pretty fun. It has a lot of songs in it.
It's a combat signature.
All units, prepare to engage.
I recently discovered there's like a whatchamacallit, Busta Groove. Oh, here we go. The music's kicking in now. Yeah, so before we go in, let's just explain the controls. You can tap square to do this like machine gun. If you hold it down, you load up a lock-on, which naturally locks onto people. And I think there's a grenade button if you press circle. But we're going to try save those for bosses. Yeah, so as you can see here, right, this is basically the same core concept. At least this level is the exact same core concept as Jumping Flash. We gotta go through a level and find stuff. Kill enemies to get keys, which will let us move on to another part of the level. But the main thing, right, is that using L1 and R1 allows you to kind of strafe left and right, and if you press them together, you can move forward really fast. That's the big thing for me. I think the movement in this game is really good. It can be a little bit hectic at times, especially when you're going up walls and stuff, but it feels pretty good to play. And it also helps that the music is amazing. If any of you haven't listened to the Ghost in the Shell soundtrack for PS1 yet, one of the best video game soundtracks ever, because it almost exclusively uses like DJs, like proper DJs and shit from like Japan and all across Europe and stuff. So it's like really well curated and full of like really cool and interesting pieces of techno. It's awesome. And then when you fight the boss, the song gets even better. Yeah, there's a grenade, by the way. Not that exciting. You know, this is the kind of game where you see it in action, you're like, yeah, I know why this is really expensive. This is the kind of game that collectors would fucking fawn over. It's a real gamer's game. That's what I call it. Oh, Rhythm Thief. Yes, I have played Rhythm Thief. That's the 3DS game, right? That's actually really good. Fun game, underrated game. Yeah, don't let this be as a this is an example of really good PS1 music though.
Roger. Oh, you're kidding.
I feel like if you were to show this as an example of how good PS1 music is, it will give you an unfair high point compared to other games.
Togusa and the rookie can check out the tributaries.
Got it. I'll go in first, Major.
Don't worry.
Oh.
Flush them out.
I don't own a physical copy of this one day, but if I drop enough hints to my fiance, maybe one day she'll pick up on them. Thank God for emulation, right? This level actually reminds me a little bit of like a I kind of get like an Armored Core vibe from this. Oh, by the way, I think someone asked me a question earlier about the new Armored Core that I remember like reading but not reading it aloud. I'm very excited for the new Armored Core, especially because I hear that it's gonna be like old Armored Core. I was kind of in the mood for a like an Armored Core style Souls game, but truthfully I'd rather just a classic Armored Core game if I could get one. So I hope that's what they're going to give us, but I'll reserve judgment until later. Moral of the story, I'm just super happy that Armored Core is back at all. Oh, we got the night vision. Yeah. I got really into the zone with the music. Oh dear. Yeah, this is jumping flash with less jumping, more shooting. Alright. Down the big hole. Yeah. Yeah. This is the thing I worry about with the new Armored Core. Because, like, it's really cool that FromSoft has gotten really popular, but I know a lot of people, Souls fans, are not going to vibe with Armored Core. But fuck them, who cares about them? I think more importantly, you're going to get a lot of people who've never been introduced to Armored Core who are really going to enjoy it. And that's what I think is exciting about it. Armored Core is one of those games that, like, it obviously is not going to gel with everybody, but I think for how cool it is and what it offers, more people should play it. Yeah, I'm dead. Alright, guys. We bollocks it up. Anyone ever played Treads of Fate? Is that the Square PlayStation action RPG with the 2 characters? I don't think that game came out over here in the PAL region, so I know of it.
All units, someone from the enemy command's escaping.
Yeah. This game, right, is... I'm not going to say Ghost in the Shell is terribly hard, but it is significantly harder than Jumping Flash. And I am actually going to have to pay a bit more attention when it comes to these boss fights. Not just boss fights, just taking damage in general, I think. Squaresoft 8 is in Europe. Yeah, no, I'd love to play it someday, though. I've heard that's another one that's actually been recommended quite a bit on the fan wheel. And when I say recommended quite a bit, I mean more than one person has recommended Treads of Fate. So keep an eye. You never know when it might appear in a video. One thing I will say about Treads of Fate is that anytime I've seen like gameplay of it, graphics look really, really nice. It's a later Square release, right? Like maybe like 99 or 2000 or something. Yeah, we didn't get FF Tactics, Xenogears, Parasite. Yeah, the list goes on. We were probably too busy being annoyed about oh god, these bombs. We were probably too busy being annoyed about not getting Chrono Cross to worry about even wondering what Treads of Fate is. Alright. Oh dear. Some more health in here. Yes. Yeah, it's weird though, because we got Parasite Eve 2. It was so strange just going to the shop me, like, Parasite Eve 2? When's the first one? Final Fantasy 7? There's been 7 of these? I don't think Final Fantasy 7 was the first Final Fantasy game we got over here. I think we got, like, Mystic Quest and stuff. But it was the first mainline Final Fantasy game that came out in Europe, which is very odd when you think about it. Alright, we're gonna have to use these grenades, I think. Oh, I'm just messing this up. Yeah, it's the water I gotta stay out of. There we go. There we go. Ugh. Who's hyping a Bossa Nova? 4A has got the best gotta go fast ACs, yeah. I love For Answer. I'm still more of like a like I love 2 and 3 are probably my favorite era of Armored Core games. But I only recently played through For Answer again. I played that over the Christmas because I got my 360 set up. For Answer is really cool. It's a really fun game.
Man, those are bad odds. Let's forget it and bail out of here, Major.
I kept thinking about this and I was like, For Answer is great. What if this had like a crazy budget and really nice graphics? And I feel like that's what AC6 is going to be.
All units, move out and find those things now.
Yes, ma'am.
Be careful defusing them.
Very exciting.
Don't mess up, rookie.
Bahamut Lagoon. Anyone play Pointy's Point Game? Pointy's Point Game? I don't have heard of that. Alright, you gotta bear with me as I explode barrels. Music here is great. I'm gonna say this for almost every level, but this one's one of my favorites. Oh, no. Something nice about this game as well in comparison to Jumping Flash is that the level objectives are a little bit more varied in this one. You usually find that there's a couple of gimmicks per level. Maybe you gotta destroy everything, maybe you gotta get there in a certain amount of time. I even think there's a level that's on water, if I remember correctly. We'll see. We'll see if we get there. Yeah, that's the stuff. Yeah. Oh, no. All right. Oh. I'm like significantly more focused playing this game than I was the Jumping Flash. This is the music. If like the music kicks off in a game, like I completely just like hypnotically focused in on it. Yeah. Look at this cool ass boss. Just strafing for days. Like when people like this is like peak gaming for me. This right here. Circle strafing a big robot while techno plays in the background. Awesome. Tekken 7, where's the 6 of them? There's not enough 3D fighting games anymore. Yeah, I think, well, one, it's very expensive to make video games, and two, it's very tough to make like a financially viable fighting game. It's really just the big dogs in anything that Arc System makes, you know? Just in general, there's not as many games. In general, there's just nowhere near as many games anymore. Like, think to yourself, the PS5's been out for 2 years now, and it has like a handful of cool games that you can only play on that.
Yes, sir.
Oh
Yeah, the
no.
mercenary caused a big shakeup over in South Africa.
I'm getting the picture now.
Break time's over. Let's go get him.
Yeah.
Don't fall behind.
The casual fighting game fan has kind of been left behind for the, you know, the big dogs. You really have to make it, like, if you're making a game, it has, like, I mean, obviously you want your fighting game to be good at a technical level, but the casual players, modes for casual players and stuff are kind of being left behind. I have hope that Street Fighter, the new Street Fighter, might be a bit better, though.
Huh? You serious?
It seems like they're kind of going out of their way to do some cool single player stuff in that. And hopefully Tekken will fall suit, but I don't know.
Roger.
All units, provide cover for the rookie.
Yeah, apparently they have the same people from the anime dub for this. So it's like, you know,
5 seconds to target point.
top tier voice acting.
3, 2, 1, drop.
This and Future Cup LAPD. Need to get around to playing Future Cup someday as well. Oh yeah, this is the water level. Yeah, you're kind of on rails here, I think. Yeah, you're kind of on rails, but you can move. It's a bit weird. Hard to explain. Yeah, you can like strafe left and right, but you're just moving forward. Works though. Ooh. Shooting guys on jet skis. Low-key one of my favorite things to do in a game. Ever since Time Crisis. Time Crisis 2. Yeah. I mean, this is already a good game, but the music just really ups it. Uh-oh. Wow, what the fuck's happening there? Jesus. I don't need those 30 seconds, but I want them. There we go. Wahoo! Live streaming about the pub. What the hell, man? Rivage, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't be doing this at pub time. I needed to do it early today. Normally I would live stream in the evening because I feel like that gives the most amount of time for people around the globe to tune in. But I need to be free for the Rumble later.
I've heard about that sector.
And have time to rest. Streaming makes me very sleepy. Once I'm done streaming, I'm like, ugh, for like, like an hour or two. It's pretty rough. Yeah, Silent Bomber had some good voice work. That's a pretty good game, actually.
What's that?
What else we got? Let me see.
It looks like
Kind of reminds me of the opening for Saints Row 2. Have you played any shoot 'em ups lately? I haven't in a while. I played a bit of Radiant Silvergun when that got like a recent release on the Switch and stuff. Oh. It's my song that I stole. Should probably all be familiar with it. Yeah, that's a fun level. You gotta like chase this this dude around. Yeah, in case you're ever wondering where I get the music from. When in doubt, if you're looking for a cool song to use in your video about video games, just rely on the Ghost in the Shell soundtrack and you'll be good to go. Let's see. But I was like, there's got to be something cool on the roofs. I'm telling you, if you love strafing, this is the game for you. And you should love strafing. Strafing is great. Hold up. Yeah. I'm glad there's no time limit in this level. Bam, 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 bam. Yeah, the more I play this, the more I'm kind of mad that exact guy. We're like, yeah, you can't make it in these games anymore. Ooh. Little stutter there. Not ideal. Yeah, exactly. You can straight up balls if you like. That's top 10 game mechanics right there. Alright, where are we going next? Where are we off to now? Not into missiles, I would hope. Yeah. Fun game, gotta say. Is there a sequel to this? There's unfortunately not. GTS rigs over the wall strafing. That is a game I would play immediately. Silhouette Mirage had voice clips and it was still quality. You have to play Silhouette Mirage, would love to someday. Oh, there's Orla Brett, everybody. That's my fiance downstairs sending the cat box meme. Say hi to Orla, everybody.
Can we do something about the display in
It's nice of her to watch. She's probably busy watching Friends.
You heard the man.
All units engage. Rookie, you lead the offense.
I had a Pepsi again. This is awful.
Why does the new kid get to steal the show?
Time to put his training to the test. Okay, rookie, we're counting on you.
Wow. People say the Silhouette Mirage is on the Saturn and the PlayStation. Am I wrong? Am I wrong in saying that a lot of people think the PlayStation version, that's the best version? I'm not exactly sure why, but I just feel like I've heard that before. Or is it just because that's the only one that came out in English? Yeah. It's even got chase levels. Game has it all. Oh. Whatever. Didn't need that help pickup. Didn't want it. It can take a little while to get used to the charge up mechanic for shooting in this one, because there's like a bit of a delay where if you miss the timing, you can't use it again for a while. Plus, I just really like tapping the square button to use the machine gun. Is there a more efficient way to kill enemies? Probably. But I just like the way this looks and sounds. PS1 English version is garbage. Yeah, I knew it was one of them was not great. I'm sure I'll get to experience it myself one day. Usually when there's like a notable change between the Saturn and the PS1 version, I usually try to play a bit of both of them just to kind of understand why. Thank God Saturn emulation's okay these days. I remember back in the day when Saturn emulation was terrible. Couldn't play shit. I had to buy Panzer Dragoon Saga to play it. That was a rough, rough couple of years. Yeah. Yeah, I know, like, when comparing versions of the games most of the time, right? Like, even when there's, like, a different one, people are like, oh, in comparison to this version, it's really bad. But then you play it on its own, you're like, this is still pretty good, though. There's a lot of games that are like a lot better on the Saturn and the PlayStation, but it's usually never as like bad enough to make you not want to play the PlayStation version if you didn't have the choice. I think the only ones where I'm kind of like, yeah, maybe you should really stick with the Saturn versions are like all those Capcom fighters. Yeah. Fuck up this truck. What a great idea. The truck just braked to kill me. Oh, working designs? Yeah. See, we didn't really get, like, many working designs ports over here, or working designs translations. So I'm not, like, super privy of... I know the changes. They changed a lot of the dialogue, and they had a lot of, like, kind of corny jokes that are of the era. And I know they make some changes to, like, the difficulty and balancing of the game as well, which people aren't into. I have no, like, real understanding of what the differences are, though, so I just assume, yeah, this is what the game's always been like.
Anyway, that was the tower in the
But yeah, I haven't played enough working designs games to have the working designs hatred just yet.
Take a look at this.
Collecting the Saturn's a fool, Darren, but it's a great system to own real hardware for, and you have a bunch of good options to run backups. Yeah. The first job I ever had, the first paycheck I ever got when I was 16, the first thing I bought, Sega Saturn, whole bunch of games. And it was very smart to buy that at the time, because I always was like, I always wanted a Saturn. But like, if you're trying to buy a Saturn when you're like a kid and you're asking for one for Christmas, the guys in the stores over here would be like, don't buy a Saturn, the console's dead. They convinced my mom, even though I wanted a Saturn, they convinced my mom to get me a PS1 instead, which in retrospect was absolutely the right decision, because Saturn games were out of the stores here like a couple of months later. But I always wanted a Saturn, so it's the first thing I ever bought. I still have my Saturn and a whole bunch of Saturn games, most of which are Japanese, but a good few of which are from Europe as well. And one North American copy of Street Fighter the movie for some reason. I don't know why I bought that. I just wanted a long box. A chunky long box. Yeah. The only games I find not worth playing in the PSX are games that are ported to the PC, like GTA. Yeah. See, a lot of the time when because I really like the aesthetic of the PS1. Like, there are probably a lot of better versions of certain games out there. Like, for example, G-Police is on the PC. That's probably a better version of the PlayStation version. But I just, you know, I like the controller. I like the limitations. Or I left you a Pepsi. Oh my god, she did. Hold the fuck.
That's crazy.
1 second, there's an emergency Pepsi.
Take care of that.
The terrorism is obviously a diversion, but nothing less than a Fujikomo class can handle it. I repeat, your instructions are to destroy the target and secure each block.
Roger. Bateau can take the west block, Togus to the east, and the Rookie the central block. Over and out.
Shame we never got the PC engine over here. Yeah, man, I didn't even know what the PC engine was until the Wii. Oh, this music is also great. Yeah, when the Wii came out and they had like TurboGrafx games on the Wii store, I was like, what the fuck's a TurboGrafx? But I seen they had like Bomberman and I was like all over it. And I got like Bonk's Adventure and Bomberman. And then soon after that, I started watching YouTube videos where people in America talking about the TurboGrafx and stuff. And yeah, cool console. Basically non-existent in Europe though. Honestly, I felt like Europe during the 90s, especially like prior to, at least from my experience, it was really like a Sega stronghold. People didn't have NESs, they had Master Systems. I knew people with Super Nintendos, but most people had Sega Mega Drives. And then once the PlayStation came out, everybody just immediately swapped over to to Sony. Have you listened to Nights Another Dreams Arranged album or the original Nights? You know, I've never really listened to too much of the arranged soundtracks for Nights, but I love the music in Nights. Nights was one of those games that you know, out of all the games that I wanted to play, I think Nights was the Sega Saturn game that I wanted to play the most. And I always really enjoyed it. Because I had a Dreamcast before I had a Saturn. And my only exposure to Nights was the pinball part in Sonic Adventure, the Nights thing. And that's like one of my favorite Nights remixes ever. So, yeah, I was really happy to play that. Still gonna play the Wii follow-up to Nights, though. I don't know if it's very good, though. I don't really hear people talking about it anywhere near as favorably as the OG Nights, so probably not, but you never know. It's always good to play things for yourself and make your own mind up. Yeah. Trust me, even though I only play PlayStation games on this channel, I have a lot of love for the Saturn. It's just, I've said this before, one of the reasons why I don't go near Saturn games to cover them is because loads of people make really good Saturn videos. Like, there's enough people doing the Saturn to probably cover for a lifetime. The PlayStation, despite having so many games, I don't think has as much attention. It's getting more attention nowadays, which is great. But that was the thing. I was surprised for how popular the PlayStation was and how many games it has. Still not a lot of people kind of going really in depth into them. So it's always great to find more people who do that. The era of the PlayStation is coming in. It's gonna be hot for a while, I think. Yeah. You find the Wipeout games better on the Saturn than on the PlayStation, particularly 2097? I mean, I had 2097 on the Saturn. I don't think it feels good to play, personally, but to each their own. Also, the full soundtrack isn't in the Saturn version. The license stuff's gone, which is a killer. A big part of 2097 for me is how good that license soundtrack is.
It's an underground city, right?
Do you know there's an Amiga version of 2097? I thought that was really cool.
But forks and turns everywhere.
What about enemy strength?
Unclear, but it's a sure bet there's an ambush.
RJ Mario 22. My favorite Bomberman is on the PC Engine. Which one is it? Because my favorite Bomberman game growing up was Mega Bomberman, which is, I think, a port of Bomberman 94, I think? I love Mega Bomberman. It's so good. Yeah. This is the stuff. I'm gonna say this for every single fucking level of this game. Yeah, that's the stuff. I've listened to this, like... I've played Ghost in the Shell a few times, but I've listened to this soundtrack for this game so much. I know all the songs. This is a game that I would, like, even if it wasn't great, I would just play it for the music. Helps that it's also quite good. But yeah, my modern favorite, like, after playing quite a lot of the Bomberman games, I think Saturn Bomberman is my favorite one. Such a cool game. I love that you can play it co-op as well. Co-op Bomberman is underrated. Yeah, it's a super late Amiga release, Wipeout is. That's why I always thought it was really cool, because I didn't know first off the Amiga was getting kind of high-profile games that late into it, but that's kind of like my blind spot when it comes to gaming stuff. I haven't really been big on the kind of the computery stuff. I'm very much like a console boy. When it comes to like the home computers and the microcomputers from like the 80s and the 90s, I've a huge blind spot for a lot of them. So I love kind of seeing videos about that stuff. I've no interest in playing them, if that makes any sense, but I love learning about them. Even if I'm not going to play a game, I usually like learning about them. I think that's kind of a key thing. That's why if I play like a really bad game that I know nobody's going to play, I still think it's fun to maybe watch a video about it. Like, I don't think many people are going to go out their way to play Pax Corpus or Virus or Ubik, but maybe a video on it might be fun. I don't know. Well, I don't know if anybody follows me on Twitter, but I retweeted there's like a Cryo Woody Woodpecker game on the PS2. I immediately bought that as soon as I seen it was a real thing. I cannot wait to try that. Oh, come out, invisible boss. Yeah. It's... The thing for me is because I think if you're... A lot of us, right? If you spend a lot of time on the internet reading about games, watching games, Wikipediaing games, going deep through game facts, you very quickly begin to pick up a lot of the very popular stuff for all different consoles and whatnot. But there's always weird, cool stuff to discover if you want to dig deeper. And for me, that's like, I always get really excited whenever I see a game that I've never seen before. I don't care what it is. I don't care what it's about. I don't care what type of game it is. I just like seeing new things. I like learning about new stuff. That's why I love watching those VGL videos, the video game library ones. It's just 10 seconds of a weird game you've never seen before, and then another 10 seconds of another weird game you've seen before, and then then a game that you've seen way too much of, and so on and so forth.
This is completely nuts.
All units proceed.
Sonic Ore should be experienced. Sonic Ore was actually a game that I luckily had played before I got a Saturn, because it came out on PC. A load of like Saturn games had PC ports, and that was actually probably one of the first PC games I ever picked up. I picked up this weird, like, I don't know if people were in the UK or whatnot, but we had like a budget brand called Explosive. Yeah, these orange boxes, and it's explosive with an X, by the way. Explosive. They had this Sega 10-pack that came with like Virtua Cop, Sonic 3D, Flicky's Island, House of the Dead, Sonic Ore, a lot of cool games. And Sonic Ore was the first one that I played immediately. Not a great game for, you know, a couple of reasons, but I can get a lot of fun out of Sonic Racing. But one thing I will fight to the death for is Sonic Racing's soundtrack. That Richard Jacks fucking 90s feel-good club banger soundtrack that Sonic Racing has. I adore it. And not even just like, can you feel the sunshine? Living in the city? Banger. Work it out? Banger. They're all so good. I was at a convention once and I won a Sonic Racing tournament there. So I'm very proud of that. I have at least won prizes for coming first in Sonic Racing. But that being said, I played as Knuckles, and I feel like everybody who played against me didn't know how to play the game. I think they were playing for fun, so I'm not going to actually say I'm good at it. But if you play as Knuckles, you can easily win most races in Sonic Racing. Just glide through everything. Am I lost? Have I gotten lost again? Oh, no, this is the door. Yeah, Sonic Ore is like one of the... It's... I don't even know... Like, it's a racing game, but it's one of the strangest racing games I've ever played in my life. Like, Sonic was my favorite growing up, so I would just go out of my way to try every Sonic game. Did anybody play through Frontiers, actually. Sonic Frontiers. I beat that in about a week when it came out. It's a true 7 out of 10 video game. You could probably even say it's a 6 out of 10 video game, but the fact that it has metalcore music during its boss fights made me love it so much more. Cool concept for a Sonic game, though. I think if they work on that concept and tighten it up a bit, have a bit more time to make a really good game, I'd say they could make something pretty great out of it. But it is the most I've enjoyed a Sonic game in some time. Oh dear. Game did not like that. Yeah, it's not very long, Frontiers, but it's pretty fun. I think if you can get down to the controls and the whole vibe of the whole thing, it's a lot of fun. Once you get to a boss fight, you'll know if you're gonna love that game or not. But I had a lot of fun with it. It's also very easy if you're into your achievements or trophies. It's a very easy 100%. You don't have to do anything too complicated. Right now, I just want to play a bit more Hi-Fi Rush in my personal life. I think that game, early contender for Game of the Year for me, possibly. It's going in the list anyway. Yeah. Speaking of SNES, you ever played Starwing? Oh, of course I played Starwing. Starwing's like a rite of passage. Starwing's a lot of fun. Do you know what I played like not too long ago? And I've seen a few people talking about this on Twitter recently. Stunt Race VX. I've seen, or VX, FX. Stunt Race FX. I've seen a lot of people give that a lot of love. I played it not too long ago. I think I had a SNES Classic out, or the SNES Mini. And I played Stunt Race VX, or VX? FX? God, why am I saying VX? Yeah, I've been playing Stunt Race FX for the first time. That game's like really good. I always thought it looked like a really kind of like, you know, a cumbersome 3D racing game, but it actually plays really well. At least I thought so anyway. A lot better than I thought it looked like it was going to be. Alright, I gotta blow these things up for time. And I'm gonna do it. There's these other things. Please give me more time. I don't know what's giving me more time. Oh, there we go. Oh, you have to like blow up the glass things. I'm not even sure what's giving me more time, but I think we're okay. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Starwing equals Star Fox. Lilac Wars is what Star Fox 64 was called over here. I didn't know it was called Star Fox 64 for years. We just didn't know shit.
Are you all right?
I still tend to call it Lilac Wars. I have a fondness for that name.
Doing just fine.
System S2, ST91. Still enjoy Sonic Origin today. Yeah, there's people out here. There's Sonic Origin fans out there. It's a game that I can admit is not great, but I like it anyway. Games don't have to be good for you to like them.
What's going on?
Like Fictional Media Bully, who's played through Bubsy 3D 7 times.
Make Chernobyl look like a picnic if that core melts down.
Jesus. The Chernobyl references.
Everyone up top. We're gonna cut off Zebra's
Ortone needed to write this. Love your videos. Ortone, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. It means a lot.
There's no time to do that by yourself. I'll help.
No, you got
Thank you so much for watching them.
You heard me. I said get going.
Yeah, Lilac Wars is a really cool
Why
name.
are you? See you later.
You don't think I'll be there? Get going now.
Adam Smith, lover of all things mid. Yeah, exactly. I have an appreciation for the mid things in life. I always just say this. I just really like video games, so when I play a video game, I have a tendency to probably like it more than most people would. That's why if you ever see me like really rag on a game and say it's very bad, it's probably very bad.
Hey, Bateau, why don't I look for the sub-control? There's gotta be
from there.
Genius. Did that come
Anybody
from
play
you?
Ninja Warriors again for the SNES? No, but I've always heard people say that's a great looking game.
Minutes away from critical mass.
The Super Nintendo version's like quite different than the arcade version, right?
Yeah, you too.
Like better. Most people say it's better. You're just like robot ninjas. Robot ninjas are always good. My wife is currently playing Star Fox for the first time. She's completely obsessed with it, but since she didn't grow up with the game, she barely gets anywhere. I think Star Fox is a good one to play as a beginner game. Any of this, well, not any of the Star Foxes. Star Fox, Star Wing, Star Fox. I'm seeing Marissa up now. Star Wing, Lilac Wars are really, really good. Even for like beginners, I think rail shooters are just like really easy to understand and get used to. Another banger track. Yeah, this is actually one of the best tracks in the game, I would say. I'll stop all my incessant shooting so people can hear the music a bit better. Just go by the enemies. That's the speedrunner strat. Oh, there's a lift. Jenna, how long is this game? It is, I'm gonna say it's like another about an hour and a half game. All of Exact's games are quite short. I can't remember exactly how short this one is, but I feel like it's roughly about the same length as a Jumping Flash, maybe a little bit longer, but still very short. That's why if you're gonna buy this game and you're gonna pay money for it, you gotta appreciate it's a very, very good game. But in terms of like game length for value, it's not super good. This is a game that I would recommend. Emulate it, try it, appreciate it, and if you really, 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 really want it, buy a physical copy and put it in your collection. But it is unfortunately quite overpriced for what it is. Just shooting little guys with balaclavas. Yo, Star Fox Assault though. Yeah, Star Fox Assault is a good one. Didn't Namco help out with Star Fox Assault in some way? I had Star Fox Zero on the Wii U sitting around. I never even opened that game. I think they were selling it off for like in a bargain bin for about a tenner, and I was like, I might as well pick it up. There's got to be some Wii U games that never come out on the Switch, right? Both of these are on separate health bars. Or these, yeah, here we go. One just dies before the other. Ooh. There we go. Yeah, I thought Zero looked really cool. It's just, you know, so many people seem to have trouble with the motion controls. I'll play it someday. You know, I like to see for myself. I find when a lot of people have trouble with weird motion controls and stuff, if you take a bit of time, you can get used to them. They may not be ideal, but you can get used to them. Steady's here. So Ubik is actually quite bad then, yes. Is in fact very bad.
All units, target is on the top floor. Go get him, guys.
There it is. Target acquired.
Yeah, Namco helped develop Star Fox Assault. I don't hate that game. I think seriously, yeah, motion control is a mandatory gamepad. Yeah, it's just.
Accessible by stairs.
That's kind of the Achilles heel of a lot of Nintendo stuff at that thing, at that era. You get a lot of really cool games that are just limited by the platform that they're on. I think Kid Icarus on the 3DS is something similar. That's like a really, really cool game, but it's just very awkward to play on the 3DS. So a lot of the Wii stuff is the same. Some of the Wii U stuff is also similar. Oh, here we go. Hey, you know shit's kicking off. Yeah. In case you notice, you should be trying to go up on the walls and roofs to like avoid enemy fire. You can still kind of tank damage for the most part. I actually think the hardest boss in this game is probably the second boss. We're about to see if I'm wrong though, because I feel like we're getting pretty close to the end. You know when the theme song of the game is playing, you're getting there. Whoa. Accidentally did a 180 there. No, up we go. Hold on. Alright, might have ran into that one. Hold up. There we go. Whoa. This is super, you know, I don't think any game on the console does kind of wall swapping shit anywhere near as good as this one does. Spider-Man does it pretty well. But this is just so legitimately smooth. Or about as smooth as it could be. It still fucks with your head a little bit, you know? But that's only natural. Like, considering how much all of this is changing all the time, you can actually still kind of keep track of where you're going. Yoo-hoo. Favorite Spider-Man game? I'll be honest, sorry, as much as I love Spider-Man 2 on the PS2, and as much as I love Spider-Man 1 and a lot of the classic ones, I really think Insomniac Spider-Man is kind of like the perfect Spider-Man game. Even if the open world structure and a few of the things are kind of like, you know, have been done in other games, I just think the actual feeling of playing as Spider-Man is so good in that game that it kind of peaks it for me, you know? Although I am also a big fan of not Shattered Dimensions, one of those 7th gen Spider-Man games where you play as like Spider-Man Noir. I can't think of the name off the top of my head. I'm a big fan of that one as well. I don't think it's Shattered Dimensions. I think it's the other one. Oh no, I actually think it is Shattered Dimensions. I think the other one's called like Edge of Time, which is also good, but not as good as Shattered Dimensions. But I think Spider-Man has had a good run of games over the course of his existence. There's not many terrible Spider-Man games. He's one of the lucky comic book characters. Yeah. Oh, that one Sega CD game. Gambit, cool, gotta go. Stay cool. I don't know what I'm reading. Gotta go. It was a great watch. Stay cool. Be well. Catch you later. Merci. Gambit, merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. Appreciate you stopping by.
There's no time to knock out that wall and the clock's ticking. Bateau, Togusa,
Also, are you thinking about traveling? No, I'm stuck in the UK for a long time. I ain't going anywhere too fast. Well, I got my cats. I need to look after them.
Make your way out of the construction site. Get up to the top floor and stop the target.
It's all about saving these days. I'm too old to do fun things.
Watch your back and don't let your guard.
Yeah, love the gold Times New Roman mission complete. Love a good font. Love a good Times New Roman. Love a good love a good Comic Sans. A lot of games have Comic Sans in them. Really into that. Oh, look at this. Look at this background. I wanted to like hang on the edge and show it off, but yeah, it's not that impressive, but I think that looks pretty cool. Yeah. It's not the most impressive game visually, but I think visual design-wise, the UI, the music, everything complements it really well. Just a cool game, you know? I haven't spent anywhere near as much time with the other Ghost in the Shell games, like the Standalone Complex or the PSP one. Which I think is also the Standalone Complex, but I think that's like an FPS. Yeah, it's weird. A lot of Ghost in the Shell games. But this is kind of the one that I spend the most time with. And for obvious reason. Boom. Yeah, look at that. That's cool as shit. That is not cool as shit. Don't fall to your death. Would not recommend it. Spider-Man 3 is funny as hell on the PS2. It breaks in fun ways when you take the disc out. I'd be interested to see it. I remember playing the third game on the Xbox 360, I think. You can tell Spider-Man 3 is a significantly ropier version of Spider-Man 2. But I'd imagine on the PS2, it'd be even better. That's actually something that I'd really like to check out on the PS2 when I do get around to covering it. One of the lucky things about the PS2 is that the Wii existed. And because the Wii existed, the PS2 kept getting ports of games way into like the 7th gen of consoles. Because if you're going to make a game for the Wii, you could also port it to the PS2 as well. And it has such a high user base, you know, you might as well. So I'm always really interested about PS2 games that came out long after the console, like really late into the console's lifespan. You know, like, hey, let's check out, because you could get games that are on like the Dreamcast that are also on the PS2, and then you can get games that are on the Xbox 360 and PS3 that are also on the PS2. It's just such a long timeline and lifespan for a console to have. And you know some of those PS2 games are going to look real rough. Because it is like, you know, the most underpowered of the, well, not all the 6th gen consoles, but comparison to the in comparison to the GameCube and the Xbox, the PS2 is trucking behind, you know? Look at this upside down helicopter fight. That's good shit. That's good shit, man. Was Ninja Breadman PS2 to Wii or Wii to PS2? I'm not sure which one came first. But I do know that Ninja Breadman is more famous for being on the Wii than the PS2. But I'm not actually quite sure the release differences between them. I think they both came out at very similar times. Oh, do I have to jump? Oh, look at this shit. This is where you'd wish you had jumping flash controls, you know? Yeah. Still got it. I don't think there's ever going to be times in games where instant death pits won't make me feel a little bit nervous. It's only natural, you know? Alright, let's try this. Oh, there's so many explosive things. Alrighty. I believe in you. You can do it. Yeah. Wasn't Ninja Breadman originally a Zool game? Yeah, I think I heard that before. Honestly, the last thing Zool needed. If Zool had to come back and that would have been Zool's big return game, Zool would have been dead forever. Never played a Zool game, mind you. Looked way too fast. I guess that's what you could say. It's the fast... Zool is a fast-ass game. I'm not quite sure if this is the last boss, but it's a cool boss. I will give it that. Oh, shit. You don't want a guy in a mech teleporting behind you. That's your already dead territory. Yeah. And here it is. Woohoo! Now this is it. This is best boss fight territory. I'm just gonna hammer the button here and see if we can get it in the time limit. Yeah. Yeah. That's good shit right there.
You mean to say that this whole thing was because of a defect in Megatech's reactor?
You see, Sawamura planned to collect bribes from Megatech's development section in exchange for covering
You can. It's quiet because they're in a different plane.
Terrorism. Yeah, but then Zebra stepped into the picture. His scheme was to take over the reactor and extort money from Sawamura.
Everyone wants a piece. It's all greed.
He went too far when he
Might go watch Ghost in the Shell tomorrow. I'm in the mood now.
I've lost several nights of sleep.
I had no idea you were such a sensitive fella.
Well, at least it was a good training exercise for the rookie. You've got a good head on your shoulders, but you shouldn't rely so much on the Fujikomas for protection. You'll catch on with practice.
She's strict.
She's sounding more like Chief Aramaki.
So, someone's talking about me.
Okay, let's begin drop training, shall we?
All right, and there we go. That was Ghost in the Shell. And that is the final game that released on the PlayStation under the exact name. Afterwards, as I'm sure it's been mentioned before, probably by me and probably also in the chat, they got amalgamated into Sugar and Rockets and put out a bunch of other games, which are probably also worth mentioning, such as the other Jumping Flash game, but we won't talk about that for now. But yeah, that was the end anyway. And yeah, I don't know, between Jumping Flash 2, and this, I think it's just a collection of pretty good games that you can beat very quickly. Like, the combined amount of time it took me to beat all three of those was probably about an hour each. And sometimes you just want to play a nice, quick, dirty, easy, fun game that you can blast through. And they are three fine examples of it. Yo, is Oni worth buying a copy of? I haven't played Oni for a long time. I remember being a bit, I'm going to say weird. I think it's an interesting game. I think if you like interesting and examples of early PS2 games, Oni's probably worth buying. And either way, I think Oni's like always dirt cheap. It's probably one of the cheapest PlayStation games. You shouldn't have to pay very much money for it. So I'd recommend just trying Oni out of pure curiosity. Is Oni the David Bowie game? No, I think that's... Can't think of the name of it. Omicron. Yeah, I think it's Omicron. I remember when people were talking about like the Omicron variant of the virus, people were like, that's a David Bowie game. And they're right, it is. Omicron's like the first game that David Cage made, I think. Is it hard like Shinobi PS2? I don't remember it being as hard as Shinobi PS2. I think the thing with Oni is like it's a little bit, it's kind of janky, I guess is the one way of saying it. It's a bit of a janky game, but you could probably get used to it and learn to love it. Favorite Sega mascot? Mascot? I have a really soft spot for Ristar. Rystar? I don't know if it's Rystar or Ristar. Probably Rystar. I have a really soft spot for Rystar. I think it's a really, really cute design. If I could play as Rystar and everything, I would. I know nothing on Omicron or Oni. Yeah, I know very little about Omicron. It has a Dreamcast port, though, I think, which is quite odd. So I think that would be fun to explore someday, the Dreamcast port of Omicron. Dynamite Headies my favorite. Yeah, Dynamite Headies. Banger game. Treasure do not make bad games. That's not their thing. No love for Sega Sanchiro or Mr. Sega. I love Sega Sanchiro. Sega the Sanchiro. I love his ads. I haven't played the Sega Sanchiro game, though. I'm just here to try pop or basically any of the cast of Jet Set Radio or Rystar. Have fun with that one, Sean. The port is interesting. Look, if someone ever tells me a game is interesting, I'm probably gonna hate it. But anyway, that's my AAA. As you can see, the big thing for this game, getting a high score means not dying, because if you die, you get booted immediately back here. But anyway, yeah, let's pause this and wind things down for the evening. Bye-bye. Here I am. I'm bigger. Is Sanchiro the Saturn mascot who fought a missile? Yes, Sega Sanchiro died to save Sega from a missile of an evil genius or evil scientist who was going to stop the Dreamcast launch. So Sega Sanchiro died so that the Dreamcast could live. And Sega could live and then subvertly kill the Dreamcast. But yeah, he's a god amongst men. So that's pretty fun. Okie dokie. So yeah, I suppose before we finish up, is anybody any other questions they would like to ask while I'm here? I'm always happy to answer anything as long as it's as long as I can think of it at the top of my head. But yeah, Segata Sanchiro. If you've never seen the adverts for them, he did a series of ads for the Sega Saturn in Japan. He was basically Sega's mascot, and all of his ads are amazing. It basically involves him beating up kids with karate or judo. I'm not quite sure which it is, but he basically does some sick trolls on like children and people in a nightclub for not playing Sega Saturn games. If you're going out to play baseball with your friends, he will beat you up because you're not playing Sega Saturn. And there's tons of ads for that. Great character. And he has a song, and his song is amazing. Segata Sanshiro, Segata Sanshiro, Sega Satashiro. It's something like that. Close enough. Speaking of geniuses, ever heard of Jimmy Neutron Boy Genius? I sure have. I think I mentioned in the last stream that I played his Game Boy Advance game and I did not like it. But I'm actually quite a big fan of the first Jimmy Neutron movie. I used to watch that a lot as a kid. I haven't played any of his other games though. So if there's a good PS2 game out there, I'll probably play it someday. Almost definitely. Is Guardian Crusade on the wheel? If so, I'd like to recommend that one. I actually don't know if Guardian Crusade is on the wheel. If you don't already have a game on there, I'll get it added for you. I know of Guardian Crusade. I know the box is like a guy in like blue armor and there's like a little pink thing with him, right? Is that Guardian Crusade? I feel like that's Guardian Crusade. If you had the chance, would you pay a brass band to follow you around? No, because I feel like they would make way too many embarrassing noises for me because I make a lot of like general mistakes walking around. So you'd have some like good music and then like just joke music and me falling or something all the time. I'd rather pay money to have like a just a guy on like, actually no, I'd pay money to have Vanessa Carlton on a piano right behind me. I feel like we could make some pretty good moments out of that. Plus, you know, Vanessa Carlton probably needs the money. Oh, that's good. How do you feel about Metal Gear Solid 2? Not gonna lie, might be my favorite Metal Gear game. I don't think that's really like a controversial opinion anymore. I know a lot of people are really high up on Metal Gear Solid 3, which is also an excellent game. But I had a lot of fun playing 2. I loved how interactive 2 was, and I love how much of 2's story, right? A lot of 2's story is absolutely insane, which I really appreciate. Even if it's not always the best. But I love how much was actually right, how much Kojima predicted in Metal Gear Solid 2. It's so incredibly meta, and so much of it really does work and actually gets better with age, I find. And it's also a really fun game to play. Even if you just play the tanker is like one of the coolest design levels ever in a game, I think. So good. Let's see. Will Cody win the Royal Rumble? I think so. I think he's the obvious choice to win the Rumble. And I think the exciting thing about the Rumble is that I'm not sure 100% who's going to win it. I think there's good options for both the men's and the women's. But I do think Cody should win the Rumble. It's, you know, it's either him or Sammy. If anybody but him and Sammy wins the Rumble, I'll be interested to see what they do, but I'm not too sure how we'll go. Your favorite SMT game? SMT4 on the 3DS is my favorite Shin Megami Tensei game. I think it is I'm going to go as far as say that it's a perfect game. I think with everything that it's set out to do, it's so good. And it's one of my favorite video game soundtracks of all time. It's just a banger all the time. Really great game. Love it a lot. We'll play it any day of the week. Love SMT4. And you should all play it as well. What carnival ride would you ride into space, Sean? A rocket. I'd ride like some sort of rocket. Like if it was like like just a simple rocket that bobs up and down, I'd ride that into space. Has to be a rocket, just for the thematics of it, you know? That or Space Mountain or something, I'm not quite sure. Jet Fusion on GBA is solid, otherwise the Jimmy Neutron games are terrible. Good to know. We should be fine. Yes, you get a baby dragon. Story is like Moon, where the classic RPG heroes are the bad guys. Oh, that sounds really interesting. I'm excited for that. Sean, will you cover Iplar Laputa Karamachi again? It was my request for Japan only games. Just to clarify, if I ever highlight a game in, you know, like a quick form, and by quick form I mean like one of the publisher videos or one of the translation videos, it doesn't mean that it's being given a full review, so to speak. So if your game is in the wheel for a choice, you'll get the full version of that review whenever it does right in there or appear in the wheel. So for example, even though we talked about Iblard a little bit, there's still a lot more of that game to show, and I'll be more than happy to talk about it when it comes out. Actually, something that Iblard is probably the greatest example I've ever seen of a game having like severely dangerous photosensitivity issues. There are things in that game where they flash so intensely, I can't believe it made it into a video game. It's like actually dangerous. The translators, right? I don't even think the game has a photosensitivity warning. The translators for that game had to put in a photosensitivity warning, and I've never seen a game need a warning like that so bad in my life. I had to look, like, I don't have any sort of epilepsy or like triggers for that sort of thing, but like I had to look away from the screen when I was playing that game. It's crazy. So it'll be interesting to highlight that. It was just one of the things I noticed about that game. I was like, this is a really cool game that might actually be incredibly dangerous. Would be fun. Pepsi Man would be a fun to stream. I've never played Pepsi Man before, and I would like to. Here's the thing. I feel like Pepsi Man, it's been picked by so many people for the Japan wheel that it's almost definitely going to show up sooner rather than later. So I think I'll probably stream that after I've played it for a video someday. Just because I'd like to experience it on my own without having to worry about being too bad at it, you know? If Hassi was a real drink, would you try it? I don't know what Hassi is, so I'm not sure if I would try it or not. We'll say yes. Oh god, now Brock is going to win again. Oh, look, as long as Brock Lesnar doesn't win, he can't win. He won't win. He won't win. Don't worry about it. The Jimmy Neutron film was so successful it motivated Nickelodeon to take the Hey Arnold TV movie and rework it for the big screen. You know, I've never seen that Hey Arnold movie. You said you were going to start watching Hey Arnold, right? Have you enjoyed Hey Arnold, or have you watched that yet already? I would drink Hassi. I need to play more of SMT4, stuck into it. I didn't get into SMT4 until my second attempt at playing that game. So, look, if you try it out and you bounce off it, it's one of those games that you come back to, and once you really kind of get over I'd say it's one of those games where you need to play it for a couple of hours to really get into it. There's like a turning point near the beginning of that game where shit gets really good, and once you've gotten to there, you're pretty much hooked, you know? If I ever met you in person, I would enjoy beating you in N64 Mario Party, whether it's your favorite or my favorite. I'll tell you one thing, right? I'm not going to admit that I'm very good at a lot of games, but one of the very few games that I will say I'm very good at is Mario Party. I feel like I'm one of these people, right, I'm kind of decent like at every type of game. I don't excel at anything, but I can pick up almost any type of game and get used to it very quickly. And that's why I think I'm good at Mario Party, because Mario Party is just a series of different variety style mini games where you have to, you know, some people are good at platforming, some people are good at logic things, some people are good at button bashing. I feel like I'm just good enough at all of those to be able to beat most people in a game of Mario Party. Plus my star strats are off the charts. So if you ever do meet me in person and there is an N64 around and there's a copy of any of the Mario Parties, by all means, I'll take you up on your offer. But it'll be tough. It'll be hard for you to win. I promise you that. Actually, what would be better would be Incredible Crisis. That game's so much fun to watch. Incredible Crisis would be a good one. I had a lot of fun playing that game, and it's not too long. And would also be a pretty good game to watch, I think. So worse than the Japanese Pokemon seizure episode? Yeah, I've seen the Porygon seizure thing, which is quite bad. Honestly, this stuff in Iblard is egregious. You know, nowadays if that sort of thing came out, it would be like a crime. It would be a crime. I'll tell you what exactly it is. There's these like pink elephants that you have to kill with a sweeping broom in Iblard. For whatever reason, the pink elephants just go absolutely crazy with flashing. It's very bad. Train update now in Dundee. Wish me luck. You know, Dundee's a nice spot. Of all the spots in Scotland, I hear great things about Dundee. I've only ever been to Glasgow, which is, in my opinion, the greatest place I've ever been in my life, but lovely people. And I've been to Edinburgh, which is like being in some sort of weird fantasy land where a giant castle is in the middle of your city, which is also really nice. It's pretty awesome. While we're here, I love your channel, Sean. Love your presentation. The coolness factor is so solid, and your mixes are so moody and cool to put on. My bids, and I listen to the PS1 Club mixes a lot. Awesome. Really good to hear. I'll probably get to work on more mixes in a bit as well. I've been watching recently. I've come across a lot of people who do mixes for PS1 games, and so many people do it so much better than me. I think the issue that I have is that I don't really spend a lot of time actually mixing the mixes together, because I'm not like a musician or a music guy. If you're actually properly mixing those things together and like curating a list for music and stuff, it takes a lot of time to mix them properly and make really good mixes out of them. And there's some people out there who are doing absolutely cracking work with that stuff at the moment. My problem is that I spend too much time trying to make the videos that I don't really leave myself a lot of time to practice mixing. Like I have like a DJ controller and all sorts of other stuff, but I think I need to spend more time mixing them properly and making some really good shit. But I'll get around to it soon. But I'm glad that you enjoy the mixes a lot. I think it's just, for me, it's just a way to kind of highlight some cool music that's on the PlayStation, because you come across a lot of really cool stuff when you're playing these games, and not enough people know about them, you know. But yeah, next episode of Obscure and Forgotten Games, which is going to be out, the next video out, has some great music in it, so I think you'll enjoy that a lot as well. Yes, you played Monster Boy and the Cursed Kingdom. I have not. I played, is Monster Boy and the Cursed Kingdom the new one? I remember playing some of the old not even Monster Boy, Monster World games, which I'm going to assume are the same thing. This will be pretty good. The elephants will flash you. Yeah, the elephants are crazy in that. You've heard wrong. Aberdeen is the best. I haven't been to Aberdeen, so I can't quote that. I had a few friends who lived in Dundee, so I think that's where it comes from. I have a few friends who would have moved from Ireland and live in Dundee, and they all speak very highly about Dundee, so that's where my intention from that goes. Also, I said this before, but Croc 1 and 2 better than Spyro 1 and 2. I know you're not a super big Spyro guy, but I look, I'm a Croc fanboy. I love Croc, but I'm probably going to say I like Spyro 1 and 2 more than Croc 1 and 2. No shade, no hate there. I like both, but I just think Spyro is a real like easy breezy, pleasant, colorful, nice, fun game, and I'd play it any day of the week. Croc not so much. I have to be in the mood to play Croc, especially Croc 2. It's that goddamn level where you got to collect the babies. I still have flashbacks from that as a kid. Would love to see Scotland. Been to Ireland enough, meant to write buds there. All you learn. You're still on the top on YouTube for VGM mixes in our books. I really appreciate that, you know. I'll say that when I see people who make really good stuff, I don't ever feel like shit, these people are so good I should stop doing it. It only ever really inspires me to be better, you know. If I see people who make videos that I wish I made and made them better than me, it just makes me want to make better videos, you know. And I think that's the kind of mindset you should have. Now, the last games are called Wonder Boy due to legalization had to be called Monster Boy. Yeah, games can get confusing sometimes. Spyro's for kids, but feels great to play. Aesthetic makes me very happy. Yeah, it's a nice, easy game for kids. I mean, here's the thing. I enjoy games for kids because, you know, not every game has to be super challenging. You can just kind of appreciate a beautiful world, some nice music, and some nice characters. That's why I don't even really mind playing kids games. It's why I love Kirby so much. Kirby games are like for kids, but they're just super pleasant. And even when it comes to Crash Bandicoot, like I'm a big Crash fan. I probably would have said growing up I love Crash more than Spyro. When it comes back to playing like the remakes of those games, I really love the Spyro remakes. I found that the Spyro remakes just kind of more fun to sit back and play than the Crash ones. I think it's more of a switch your brain off kind of thing, which is nice, you know. I'm excited for Tiny Bullets to be picked off the wheel. It's a hidden gem. Yo, yeah, what I've seen of Tiny Bullets, pretty crazy. It's like a full-on Zelda style game in 3D, but for the PS1, right? I know a lot of people have been hyping up Tiny Bullets and some other game about tanks, pocket tanks, something tanks. I'm not sure. There's a lot of games that have been very close to being picked for the wheel that people are hyping up a lot, so I'm excited to see them in time. Tiny Bullets is one of them, though. That looks like a really, really cool game. I mean, Croc and Spyro feel pretty different than compared, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, they're both very different styles of games. But yeah, Croc is like... I love Croc to death. But it's, it's one of those games. I mean, it has tank controls. weird tanky controls. It's pretty good. Forgotten Lands goes pretty hard, especially the final boss and the secret bosses. Yeah, I love Forgotten Lands. I think I seen someone mention in the comments not too long ago that Planet Robobot was their favorite. I still think Planet Robobot's still my favorite as well. Robobot's like a super good game. But when a Kirby game is good, they're really, really good. And one thing about Kirby is that I don't think there's any such thing as a bad Kirby game. Even the worst Kirby game is a good video game, Toys for Bob makes them quite pretty. Yeah, I'm really sad that Activision seemed to have kind of shut down the remake of the rerun. We should have got Spyro 4. It's been a curse. We should have got Spyro 4. I'll tell you my thoughts to Harold in the comment section next video. You've accidentally skipped it. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get better with the comments, but we're working on it. Yeah, Tiny Bullets is very much like Zelda OT. Yeah, if it's like Ocarina of Time, then I'm probably going to love it. Robobot is the best, but Forgotten might be my second favorite. Yeah, I'd say so. I think I need to play Forgotten again because I kind of burst through it really quickly. But I think it could easily be a second favorite. But Robobot is so good. It's just such a fun game. It's because I like mechs. Gotta love mechs. Is Croc's World related to Croc? Croc's World. Yeah, I think there's just a game called Croc's World, which is like a very basic 2D platformer. I don't want to say it's basic because I haven't played it. It could be very good for all I know, but I don't think it has any relation to Croc, the iconic character. Unfortunately, I think it's just a simple 2D kind of indie platformer, but not too bad. I miss when HAL made different games though, as good as the Kirby games are. I miss when a lot of developers just don't have the freedom to make as many games anymore. I like a lot of HAL's games. But yeah, developers these days just don't have the free reign to make anywhere near as many games, unfortunately. It takes too long to make games. Games are too expensive, and it takes too many people to make them, and it's too risky financially to put games out these days. So, yeah, it's a shame. It's tough. Agreed. Forgotten Lands was lifelong redemption. How long are you waiting for 3D Kirby? I mean, I've been waiting a long time for a proper 3D Kirby. I didn't think we were going to get it, and I didn't think they were going to be that good with their first real attempt at a 3D one. But, they really knocked it out of the park, didn't they? Super good. Anybody play Alcehest for the SNES? I have not, unfortunately. Is it good? What type of game is it? Ooh, Big HAL games are Bloody Roar, especially, yeah. Big HAL games are Bloody Roar, especially Primal Fury. Primal Fury rules. Or that cool Ghostbusters game for the NES, yeah. God, what else did HAL make that was really good? Probably a lot of things. There's so many games that I'm always surprised that HAL made. Didn't do Box Boy and the UFO Crane game. I think they might have. Oh, that UFO Crane game is really good. Is that a part-time... It's not called Part-Time Alien. Part-Time Martian? Whatever it is, it's super fun. I initially didn't like Croc, but once I started playing it without the stick, I started to enjoy it. It's not Tomb Raider, but it's well coded. Yeah, Croc is... I think Croc is very good for its time. It's pretty good for its time. I think if you go back and play it and you haven't been... If you didn't grow up with Croc, it might be a bit hard to go back with. But I think... I don't know what it was, but Croc was so popular over here in Ireland. Everybody had Croc. The game just was such a big seller at the time. I have no particular reason why, but we all love Croc. I played Alcehest, Smash 1, and then Kirby Air Ride. Yeah, Kirby's Air Ride has basically... It's the most Smash Bros. Game that's not a Smash Bros. Game. Everything about it is just like... You can tell Sakurai is all over that fucking game. All over that shit. Alcehest is a good soundtrack. Yeah. I haven't played Kirby's Air Ride nearly enough. It's because I didn't have it when I was on my GameCube, and now Kirby's Air Ride is like super fucking expensive. It tricks you into thinking it's an action RPG, but really it's a fast-paced top-down exploration action game. It's a lot of fun. Awesome. I know Cryo is to you what LJN is to AVGN, but not every game they made is terrible. They made a satisfactory Speedy Gonzalez game on the Sega Master System, and it was published by Sega. One thing, right, the most negative comments I got in any videos are usually on the Cryo ones, because a lot of people think when I talk about Cryo and their PS1 output that I'm like bad mouthing Cryo as a developer. Don't get me wrong, Cryo have made some really super good and well regarded games in their time, mostly on the PC from what I can gather. But I haven't played pretty much any of their PC output. So whenever I speak about Cryo and their experiences of playing their games, it's purely just the stuff that they're putting out on the PS1. And basically, from what I can gather, Cryo's downfall, which was kind of towards that era, the late 90s to early 2000s, where the quality of their games was kind of dropped off a fucking bridge across the board. But look, whenever I say Cryo are making bad PS1 games, I don't mean they're like a bad studio as a whole. I know for a fact they made some really great games, especially Dune. I don't know if anybody's ever seen their first game. Their first game is like this really cool, like weird cyborg puzzler with really strange music. It's where they have the Cryo space girl from. I can't remember the name of it, but it looks really cool. I'm still out there looking for the good Cryo PS1 game, though. I have hopes that I'll find one. That's why I play them. I don't play them to make fun of them. I want to find the good Cryo game. That's what I'm looking forward to. I'm looking forward to finding that shit. Croc's run is enough to play the game. Yeah, Croc has a great little run. And he makes lots of fun sound effects. Kersplat, Wahoo, Yazoo, all that stuff. I love Croc's sound effects, my favorite. Any games you're looking forward to? I feel like I'm definitely looking forward to a couple of games. I don't know why this isn't sticking with me at the moment. I am looking forward to the new Zelda whenever that appears. I think that's going to be really good. Do you know what? I haven't... One of these things, right, is because I'm so kind of hyper-focused on all this old PlayStation stuff and all the other things, that I've been really bad at keeping up with new games that are coming out and upcoming games. I don't really have a lot of... You know, because if a game is coming out, I really have to set aside time to play it nowadays, and there's just not a whole lot that I think I'm in the mood to play. Hi-Fi Rush is the first game that immediately seen it and went, I need to play this now. So I think that's kind of like a bit of a breath of fresh air for me. A lot of the games that come out nowadays, the bigger ones, I just, not really my vibe, you know? It's like when loads of people were playing God of War Ragnarok, and I remember playing the other God of War that came out on PS4 and getting about halfway through it and just thinking it was kind of a little bit boring in a way. Not that it, you know, just for me, I don't necessarily think it's a boring game. It's really well made and really well written, but I kind of just very much miss the old God of War combat. And it looks like Ragnarok was just more of that. It feels like a lot of games are going kind of this slower narrative heavy route. They're kind of trying to be more like big budget TV shows and the like. So, I don't know. I'm surprised at how good the Dead Space remake seems to be, though, so I might get excited to try that out sometime, if I'm not so much of a coward. I was surprised to hear that Hugo was so big in Ireland. Yeah, it was just, we had one, as I mentioned in the video, we had one Irish language TV show, and that TV channel, they just bought big into Hugo. We're like, we're going to make Hugo our mascot. We're going to do everything with Hugo all the time. And yeah, I loved it. I thought it was great. I almost felt like it was a fever dream at one point until I seen a Hugo game in the shop when I was a kid. I was like, he is real. He is big. What's your favorite game vibe? I don't even know what I suppose favorite game vibe would be. I love kind of the if I could say like game vibe, right? I don't know if anybody's ever played a game called Cosmic Smash on the Dreamcast. I feel like that for me is my peak my peak vibe, which is like super clean Y2K look. I guess one way to explain it is if you've ever seen that video by Michael Jackson and Janet Jackson for Scream, that's my peak vibe right there. Super retro spacey Y2K-ish looks, a lot of very clean stuff. That's the good stuff for me. Yeah, some people don't like you throwing shade at some games. I got a lot of hate for giving a poor review to Cabela's hunting games. I wouldn't fuck with the hunting game players, man. You know for a fact they're going to be real angry. Look, I said this in the podcast once before. It doesn't matter what game is out there. Somebody loves a game. You can think a game is the worst game in the world. You go into the comments of like a long play for that game, you're going to find people who love it and think it's great. And you know what? More power to them. I think it's really cool if you can enjoy a game that's like kind of bad and get the most out of it. It's cool. Just don't give out to people if they don't like a game you do like. Or likewise, if you like a game and you don't like it, Don't be weird with people about it. Just let them like what they like, you know? Cryo is mostly awful on the Amiga as well, but they released the remastered version of Toki. Yeah, I think at the moment, I think Cryo has now been absorbed into Microids to make some sort of like super high-powered French mega corporation that released games. Microids kind of had a bad reputation at the time as well, you know? Siberia 1 and 2 are Cryo games as well. Yeah, I think that was too. There's actually a lot of the Cryo games on the PS1 are just straight up adventure games, which I don't think are going to make for as fun a game, because I think at worst an adventure game can kind of just be a bit boring. So I don't think they're going to be like super bad. Interesting question. Did you watch any of the 60s Looney Tunes cartoons that paired Daffy and Speedy together? No, I feel like that's a very specific question. I've watched a lot of Looney Tunes cartoons over the years, but I wouldn't consider myself like as big a Looney Tunes fan to really have dug into a lot of the older cartoons. I usually just watch whatever was on TV at the time. And I don't recall like an era of Looney Tunes where they paired Daffy and Speedy together, but I think it would make a good combo. I would like to see that. I'm looking for the Resident Evil 4. Oh yeah, Resident Evil 4 should be fun. The thing with Resi games is that I tend not to get super excited about them until they get really close to release, and then people start talking about how great they are. Like I still need to play Resident Evil 8. I picked it up on like a Steam sale, and I really need to get around to that, you know. This is the Clash of the Titans feel of the old God of War games. Yeah, I miss... Like, here's the thing. I love how they've kind of fleshed out Kratos as a character and made him a bit more human, but I also really love really angry, shouty Kratos. With, like, big, dumb, high-action combat. It's really fun. How awful does a game have to be for you to just quit playing it? It would have to be... Yeah, I feel like if the game is wasting my time, I guess that's a good way of putting it. If I feel like I'm getting no fun out of it and it's also kind of just wasting my time and being frustrating, I'll stop playing it. Because nowadays we're kind of given the luxury of having a lot of games available to us and, you know, to play and access. So it's not like when you're a kid and you get a bad game and you just kind of have to put up with it and play it. Nowadays you can very quickly be like, you know what, this is not for me, and play something different. And, you know, time is the biggest issue nowadays. If not a lot of people have that much free time, and if you're going to invest free time into playing into something, you want to make sure that's worth your time. So if I'm playing something for fun, like not for a video, if I'm not having fun with it within the first like hour or two, I'd probably drop it and just leave it be and be like, yeah, it's not for me. But if I'm playing a game for this channel, I'd almost always finish a game out of spite. Even if I didn't like the game, I'd just make sure I'd finish it just to fully know if it's really as bad as I thought it was. But yeah, I don't think there's been a game that I've just stopped playing on this channel so far, luckily. If I ever come across that, don't worry, you'll see it in the video. But I feel like I'd push through any game, no matter how bad it is, just to get to the end. World Ends With You is my favorite DS game. Yeah, I've played The World Ends With You on the DS. I haven't played any of the... They ported it, right? Did they port The World Ends With You to Switch at some point? I haven't played that, and I haven't played the new one, but I would like to play the new one at some point. I just want it to be kind of cheap and have, likewise, the time to play it, which we'll get around to that at some point. Yo. Oh my, yeah. It's good to see Cosmic Smash and YK fans in there, Y2K fans. Yeah, I love Cosmic Smash. I love long play comment sections. You'll find the realest gamers in those comments. Yeah, exactly. Most weird ass game you've ever heard of, or the worst game ever. People really out there gushing their hearts out about the most obscure games ever. You know, like everybody had that one game growing up that nobody else had. You'd have like, you know, all the popular games, and you'd have some weird ass game nobody's ever heard of. And it's always really cool to meet somebody who's also heard of that game. That's what the long play comment sections are like. Just people being like, I remember this. I love this game as a kid. It's the worst fucking game you've ever played. It's like the Fifth Element for PS1 or something, and people are like, yeah, this game is my fucking childhood, man. Oh god, that's the good stuff. You know, I played the Fifth Element fully. I beat the Fifth Element for that Christmas video that got deleted by my hard drive. And you know what? The Fifth Element's a bad game, but I don't think it's the worst game ever. I think it has some high points, a lot of low points, but I could see, like, if someone was to come to me and say, do you know what? I like the Fifth Element on PS1. I'd be like, you know what? Yeah, I could see that. I could see people liking it and understanding it. Although it's a very hard game to love, but I could see why people might love it. It's the way to do it. SSX Tricky has a very, very good vibe. SSX Tricky has a great vibe. The great thing about the SSX series is that all of the games on the PS2, I haven't played On Tour, which is the fourth one, But all of the games, the first SSX, SSX Tricky, and SSX Tree, all have very distinct vibes that kind of set them apart. And each of them are very different, but also really cool. I'm more of an SSX Tree guy. I love the really chill vibe of SSX Tree and the open world and the DJ who says really nice things. Has a really nice voice. But that's a good one. That's my favorite. But I love all the SSX games. Great vibes. I recently rage quit a game called Conflict Zone on Dreamcast. Is that a strategy game like an RTS, or am I mixing that one up? Horrible port and kind of bull in terms of difficulty. Yeah, I feel the games that I have the hardest times with are real-time strategy games, console ports of real-time strategy games. You know, pre-360, they're very tough. Very tough. Yeah, absolutely. You have your game, but it defines you. Yeah, everybody has their game, their one weird game that they're all about. Apocalypse is the best Bruce Willis game on the PS1. Yeah, no, I could see that. It's either that or Die Hard Trilogy. Either that or Die Hard Trilogy. Probably not Die Hard Trilogy 2, even though that's like just a weird game as it is. And then Fifth Element is easily the worst Bruce Willis game on the PS1. But it is what it is. Yeah. Oh, don't worry about Ontour. SSX Tree is very hard to place above or below Tricky. Yeah, it really comes down to personal preference. I'm playing through SSX Tree not too long ago, so I've been enjoying that a lot. But then I went back to play the original SSX, and like once you play Tree and then go back and play the first game, so close to it, it's incredible how much they've improved that game from the first game up until Tricky. My favorite bad game is South Park Rally. It has a lot of promising game modes. Yeah, I remember you speaking about the South Park games before. I'll probably cover the South Park games at some point out of morbid curiosity. I didn't really get a lot of time at Rally, but I remember Chef's Love Shack and the FPS game quite a bit. Yeah, it's an RTS one. Yeah, I think I remember bits of Conflict Zone, and I remember it looking really weird. I had a PS2 port as well, but to be honest, I'm scared off trying it. Well, yeah, maybe one day. I'll probably give the Dreamcast game a try at some point, but we'll wait and see. I'm interested to see. Are you gonna review Conflict Zone, or did you just rage quit it? Why is everyone going back to SSX right now? That's sick. I'll be honest with you. I seen someone bigging up SSX Tree on Twitter, and it just reminded me how much I liked SSX Tree. That's kind of it, you know. If somebody talks about a game or hypes up a game on Twitter, and it's something that I haven't played in a while. Like, I'm on a bit of a PS2 kick at the moment because I'm gearing up to get ready to be able to make PS2 related content. But whenever I get paid, I usually put about a small bit of money away to buy PS2 games. And PS2 games are so fucking cheap to buy in the UK. You can literally have about £20 and then come out with like 10 games, some of which some of which you've never fucking heard of before in your life, you know? It's such a gold mine of weird shit. So, as soon as someone mentioned SSX Tree, I was like, yeah, I need to play that game. It's been a long, long time. You played Shinobi X for the Saturn? I sure have. I love Shinobi X. What a cool, cheesy game. Really fun to play as well. Favorite F-Zero game? Oh, GX. Easy. GX is peak. Because it's Sega's F-Zero game. It's super good. Although I don't think there's an F-Zero game that I dislike though. If we're gonna go to it, I would probably say I think I prefer the 3D ones to the 2D ones. So I'd say F-Zero GX or F-Zero X, probably my favorites. Would you do the Phoenix games? Probably not on the PS1, but I am a bit more intrigued about the PS2 Phoenix games because they've tried to make some real games, you know, like. I think I said this earlier in the stream. Phoenix Games have attempted to make proper games. They don't look very good, but they look like real games, you know? Like, if I was just going to do the Phoenix Games puzzle games with the cartoons, all of them are kind of the exact same game, just copy and pasted. But they have tried to make real games. So, you never know. Sometimes PAL releases are cheaper. Yeah. I mean, just in general, I think there's just, because of shops like CEX and stuff, there's just so many PS2 games floating around that there are obviously like expensive PS2 games, but I'd say a good 90% of PS2 games cost under a $5, even the good ones, you know? So it's pretty awesome. Fractured is one of my favorite video games. It's nice to see South Park finally get some good games. Acclaim steps. Yeah, I have like a thing against Acclaim. I just think they only make bad video games. It's definitely not true because, you know, Turok and Extreme G exist, but Acclaim did not have a good reputation for licensed stuff. I've been watching this guy's channel, Zedra Cyborg, who's streaming PS2 Stubborn games. Good long play channel. Yeah, Zedra Cyborg is fucking cool channel. I haven't watched anywhere near as much of his stuff as I probably should have, but anything I've seen from Zedra Cyborg is really cool. Guy, the dude or dudette knows their fucking vibes. I'll put it that way. Zedra's some good shit. Nice to hear something nice about that game for once. Jeez. Yeah. Here's the thing. I think Shinobi X is like cheesy. You know, it's just such a fucking cheesy ass game. I love cheesy games. I love games that are kind of inherently bad, but are also good. And Shinobi X is from those things. It's cheesy. It looks really weird. It's a very derpy game, but it plays well. It's a good game. It's really fun. Yeah, that's the thing. And Sega getting involved with a Nintendo game to help out is pretty crazy. But GX is like masterful game. Beautiful game. Have you played, oh my god, Henry Hatsworth? I haven't heard Henry Hatsworth in a long time. I have played Henry Hatsworth, but it's been about at least like 12 or 15 years since I played Henry Hatsworth or whenever it came out. So I remember very little about that game, but I remember liking it a lot. System, yeah, you've done some stuff with Zedra Cyborg, haven't you? System ST91. By the way, if you haven't checked it out, System ST91 does some amazing music. If you like the Ghost in the Shell soundtrack, I think he's put out basically like a love letter to the Ghost in the Shell soundtrack. So you should check out the music on System's channel if you can. Excellent stuff. When I was a teenager, I treated Acclaim as if they're the worst games company. Little did I know they're yeah. There's always worse out there. Acclaim. I kind of always seen Acclaim as like a weird Midway. Like Midway made these really kind of endearing and arcadey games, and Acclaim just made like these, you know, they're trying their best kind of games, but there's just always something a bit off about them. You know, it's a bit off. Also, Turok 1 is a good game. I didn't like Turok 2, and I haven't played 3, but 1 was a fun time. I've only played 1 and 3, and I think 3 is the best Turok game, but it's also like one of the hardest FPS games I've ever played in my life. If they ever make a port of Turok 3 that isn't locked to the N64, I'd recommend giving it a try. It's a pretty cool game. The Des of Henry ended up working on Little Inferno, correct? I did not know. I did not know. Little Inferno, I also haven't played Little Inferno, but that seems like a great game. Just making fires. What a great idea. Fires are nice. Henry Hatsworth sounds like it's absolutely not Professor Layton and definitely completely original. I'll tell you one thing. Henry Hatsworth, for its name, is it's a very unique game. It is worth checking out. It sounds like it might be a Professor Layton kind of deal, but here's the thing, I can't even remember what that game is like. It's just the name always sticks out to me. Henry Hatsworth. Yeah, the game felt more Japanese than a lot of Japanese games than it's Western. Acclaim put 2 C's in their name to not come before Activision listed. Yeah, they sure did. Ever played Stuart Little 2 on the PS1? I have. I've 100%ed that game. It is a fun platformer. It's not amazing by any stretch of imagination, but I thought it was fun. I think if you're in the mood for like a nice, simple collectathon platformer, Stuart Little 2, you could do a lot worse than that. Although I played a bit of their other game. I think they also made the Muppets platformer. Is it called Monster Mayhem? I think the Muppets game is a bit better than Stuart Little 2. It's such a weird thing for like an old man to say. Yeah, I think fucking the Muppets is better than Stuart Little 2 on the PS1, but both are good. Both are worthwhile. Anyway, guys, I think I've waffled on enough here. That's probably enough questions for next time. People will figure out more questions in the future. But yeah, big thank you for sticking around for the first Long Longson stream. Long Longson stream. And yeah, had a lot of fun playing through Jumping Flash, had a lot of fun playing through Jumping Flash 2, and a lot of fun playing through Jumping Flash 3. Ghost in the Shell, a completely different game. You know, so we'll get there. I guess we're playing Stuart Little 2. Yeah, check out Stuart Little 2. Better than you think it would be. Don't expect anything amazing, but better than you think it would be. But yeah, thanks so much everybody for stopping by. Thanks for the questions. Thanks for all the support. Thanks for the super thanks. And thank you for being you and watching the videos. This is going to be probably the last stream for a little while. I'm going to get back fully into making videos as soon as February comes around. I'm already a little bit into it, but it should be a good episode. It should be a good episode. Will that be the next stream, Stuart Little 2? I'm waiting. I think Stuart Little 2 is going to deserve a full video someday, but you know, when the time comes around. But anyway, guys, really appreciate you as always. Thanks for stopping by, and have a great weekend. Mwah! Much love, everybody.